All right. Good morning and welcome to the Florida State University Board of Trustees meeting. Thanks to everybody for being here, the trustees. It's kind of bad weather, and thanks for those of you that traveled this morning. I'm going to ask Lena to call the roll.
Trustee Alvarez.
Here.
Trustee Ballard.
Here.
Trustee Chicken.
Here.
Chair Collins.
Here.
Trustee de las Cuevas Diaz.
Here.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Here.
Trustee Henderson. Trustee Jonavere.
Here.
Trustee Mateer.
Here.
Trustee Sargent.
Here.
Vice Chair Sasser.
Here.
There he is.
Trustee Thiel.
Here.
Trustee Weatherford.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great. Morning, Bob, or afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm doing terrific.
Next on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. They went out in the package. Everybody had a chance to look at them. Does anybody have any comments or corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, could I get a motion to approve them?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
Anybody opposed? All right, they're approved. Public comment. Lena, do we have anybody that's put in a card to speak? Great. I have to read our general counsel's statement here on our ethics and conflict of interest. I begin our meeting with a reminder to board members about our ethics policy and obligations imposed by that policy in Florida law. Trustees are public officers of the state of Florida who are invested with the public trust and appointed as fiduciaries of the university. The Board of Trustees ethics policy that governs our conduct requires us to disclose any conflicts of interest present for any trustee, trustees, family member, or trustees' business associates, as those terms are defined by the policy. Having reviewed the agenda for today's meeting and having had the opportunity to consult with the general counsel and ethics officer about any potential, actual, or perceived conflict, does any trustee wish to disclose any matter that may impact his or her ability to discuss or vote on any agenda item? No? Good. All right, next we're going to turn it over to President McCullough for the President's remarks. Welcome, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, everyone. It's great to see the board, and I know that over the last several months, I've had the opportunity to at least see some of you. I've most recently spent a lot of time with George down in Panama City, which was, I highly recommend it. It's nearby, and the beaches look lovely, and it's a beautiful place with great restaurants. So I know that's not part of my job to advertise Panama City, but it was really interesting. The students there were absolutely fantastic. It was amazing. It felt like a startup company where there was unbounded optimism from the students down there. So it was really a really wonderful trip. So thank you, George, for hosting us for that. So I want to take a moment and reflect on some of the great things that are happening and the absolute amazing quality of Florida State University. So when I interviewed for this job, I said one of the things that Florida State University doesn't do is market itself or talk about the great things that are going on here. And I have to tell you, the chairman and I sat through a number of sessions and met with a number of people and at the BOG meeting, and it just strikes us sometimes that I think that under selling of Florida State University, has an impact. And so I'm, as a person who put my way through college selling shoes, I'm a pretty good salesman. So I'm gonna take up that mantle, and I'm gonna try it out on you in the first part of my speech today. So let me remind you that Florida State University has risen incredibly rapidly in the U.S. News and World Report. Over 7, 8 years, we've gone from 43 to 19 among public universities. That's unheard of in terms of its rise. Now, I don't take credit for that. That's the great team and great leadership from this board and the board before you and John Thrasher and Sally McCrory and the great people that worked on it. But to take a second and realize how far this university has come is actually absolutely remarkable. I don't know if you know, but we have 31 National Academy members and 6 Nobel Prize winners that are associated with Florida State University. That is a very large number of highly and amazing accomplished people at this university that you may not have even known that. We also had $350 million, in 2020 we had $350 million in research expenditures. You heard me say over and over that we had $250 million in research expenditures at the university, but I was recently found out that that's the way it had been counted is how much research funding is coming into the university, which is a non-standard way of universities counting their research expenditures. So the way that universities in the United States count them is based on how much money you spend per year, because then it's something you can actually count. That number is $350 million. It was reported in the National Science Foundation Higher Education Research and Development Survey. You have to take stock that that's really pretty darn good, okay? Despite all the things that I said wrong in my interview, it's actually pretty darn good. That number puts us on par with powerhouses like Rockefeller University, Princeton University, University of California, Santa Barbara, and Carnegie Mellon University. Why do I point that out? Because Florida State University does not have a teaching hospital and does not bring in money from the research and the life sciences associated with that teaching hospital. And so when I compare us to these universities, these are also universities that don't have medical schools. So it's a fair comparison. So when you see that other universities like University of South Florida has $325 million in research funding, you have to remember they have a hospital and medical research going on there. And I can tell you that that's usually the biggest chunk of research expenditures that come into the university. So we're not doing too bad, but we're going to do even better. And so I think that as we do more in the area of entrepreneurship and building our research portfolio and hiring more faculty, we're going to set our sights on first top 15 and getting into the AAU. So let me talk for a minute about athletics. I think I probably don't have to tell anybody on the board about the amazing success that we have in athletics, but let me just remind you of a few things. This year we finished 9th in the Directors' Cup, which rates all the nation's top overall athletic programs. So counting all of our athletics, we ranked 9 in the country. That's pretty darn good, top 10. When they say that we have this legacy of excellence in athletics, it's absolutely true. And that continues today. We often forget about that when we think in a football-only mentality, but our overall athletics programs are really absolutely amazing. You may have noticed the women's soccer team won the national championship among 335 teams in the nation, and Jalen Howe, my favorite player, won the second straight Mack Hermann Trophy, which is the soccer's version of the Heisman Trophy. 2 of our student athletes were named as top scholars, Gabby Carl and Adrian Wildschut, who's a cross-country student, and our baseball team is ranked in the top 15 of the major polls this year. Women's softball was picked to win the ACC. Of course, we're going to win the ACC. They were ranked 6th in the USA preseason rankings, way underranked. They're going to be better than that for sure. John Pack won the Nicholas Award as a top golfer in college in 2021, and senior Trey Cunningham continues to be one of the top hurdlers in the world. So I think that, and then I'll tell you one more thing that I'm sure you already know, is that we had the 13th best football recruiting class in the nation. So there's a lot of optimism for our football program coming up this year. So there's a lot to be thankful for and happy about Florida State University, and we should all remain to be proud. I know all of you are incredibly proud of Florida State University, but sometimes it's good to just stop and think about all the great things that are going on and have happened here. Last month, I was asked to give my first State of the University address, and it was a great opportunity to reflect on the university's achievements and talk about my 10 goals that I have that we've given to the Board of Trustees. I had 20 goals, I think, but the chairman was wise to tell me that's way too many goals. And so those top 10 goals, I know you've seen them all, and we're working on them. Many of them we're already making progress on them. One of them is to build build my team. One of the things you do as a leader, as a CEO, is to build your team. And we've been working on that. I'm very pleased that Provost Jim Clark is now on board as our provost. Hey, Provost. It goes without saying that Jim is I knew would be an amazing provost, and I really look forward to working with him. But he's absolutely a brilliant partner for me. His work and his background and working with people, his skills and our alignment on our core values are perfectly aligned with each other. And he's hilarious, which was an added thing. I didn't have any idea that was the case. And so we have a lot of fun together, and it's already off to a great start. So, Jim, welcome. You may have also noticed that we hired a new athletic director, Michael Offord, who's here with us today. And Michael's off to a roaring start with working on helping the football team, making the investments we need to make there, and also working on trying to figure out exactly what we do with the boosters and the athletic department. But he's already working tirelessly to continue to build the department and make it even better, building off of the legacy of David Coburn, who's also here today. So I think you already know that I hired Marissa Langston as my chief of staff. Marissa has been wonderful to work with. I don't know if there's a more pleasant person in the world, and she's really, really wonderful to work with. We're going to start making the transition to Marissa being your single point of contact for the Board of Trustees, and we'll have some staff, maybe staff to help us to manage the things that you need as board members. That's been something that we feel we need to give pay some more attention to. And Marissa has a lot of experience in working with the Board of Governors at the business school, and so she's very excited to take this on. It will be, we don't have everything sort of set up perfectly already, but bear with us as we make that transition. We're looking for a new vice president for research. Jim Clark is leading that search, and that's underway. We're getting close to getting names. Alberto Pimentel, I think I mentioned last time, is running the search. My joke is that he did a good job on the president's search. We thought he did a good job on the VPR search. We also announced that we launched a national search for a new vice president for advancement. We had the kickoff meeting. It's a very large committee that has a representation across the entire university. I thought that went really well. We're also, the provost and I met with Nancy McKay and Chris Setti a couple of days ago, and we're working hard to try to bring closer alignment between the present provost's office and the foundation. We think that we need to work harder at trying to align the structural organizations of those units. And like I was telling them yesterday, I feel very close to the boosters. I've had tons of meetings with the boosters, executive board. I feel very involved. I know all the players. I know everything that's going on and what the goals are. But the foundation, which you might argue is at least equally as important as the boosters, if not more so, I feel a little bit disconnected from that organization. And so we're trying to make an effort to become closer, and the chairman's been very helpful in that regard. We're also going to look for a new chief marketing officer that is a position that complements our communications team that can do a job about marketing the university to the rest of the world. Lots of other things going on. We have a new chief of police that we'll announce next week that I was involved with Kyle leading the search. And we're looking for a new chief auditor. Unfortunately, Sam McCall is going to retire. I saw Sam drives a Corvette yesterday, which I was very impressed with that as a car guy. So, but we're going to miss Sam, but we are looking for somebody already. Looking for a number of new deans. We need to replace Jim Clark, the irreplaceable Jim Clark in the College of Social Work. We're looking for a new dean of engineering with our joint program with FAMU, and as well as a College of Communication and Information. We're also looking for a new dean for the College of Medicine, which will be a very, very important position for us as we have many things going on in the area of trying to increase our life sciences research. Maybe I'll just say a couple of words about that. We have an ongoing partnership with TMH and with the St. Joe Company to think about what we might do down in Panama City in terms of life sciences research. Perhaps TMH is going to build a new hospital down there, and it will be a three-way partnership. We hope that will eventually become FSU Health. So that's one of the audacious ambitions that we have at this university, as well as doing something here in Tallahassee. And we're optimistic, if everything goes perfectly well, that we'll be able to get the resources that we need to build that new research building and get the resources that we need to hire the faculty to build up our portfolio in the life sciences, perhaps by bringing physician scientists here to Tallahassee, and with the idea that we would not only transform our ability to bring in resources to the university and research, but help to transform healthcare in this region. So the chairman and I and lots of people have been working on this, Kyle and others. And we're making really good progress on this. So will it work? I don't know. It may fail, but we're gonna go and try and do it. And my approach, and George was telling me this the other day as well, is, you know, you have an audacious idea and you get started, and then before you know it, you sometimes get to those goals. And so this is a pretty big one. But if the resources come in the way that we think they're going to, we're going to have a really good start. And I'm sure it will happen. The partnership with TMH, we've been talking with them, and they are remain very enthusiastic about working with us. So let me tell you one of the things that we've been doing, Jim and I have been working on in particular, and Jim's really taking the lead on this, is we're trying to think about fundraising in a little bit of a different way and get started while we're undergoing this transition. In Laurel's office, and Laurel's been hoping to lead this as well, we had our sort of, I would say, our inaugural visit of a corporation under our leadership to campus, the MTX Corporation. And Jim and Laurel and Rick Burnett and others, I'm sorry I'm leaving people out, you know, formed a team with Sonia Carter, who works with Laurel as a fundraiser. And they put together a team of people who organized the visit for MTX. And we had the two founders come. They're very interested in possibly giving around a health data science initiative at the university. And it was a spectacular day. I don't know what will come of it, but they've given other large seven-figure gifts to other colleges and universities. And so they went away absolutely thrilled with Florida State University. These are really special people who care very much about individuals, and that our family orientation here, just, it was a perfect match with them. And so we remain optimistic that that will be an interesting, hopefully a success for us. MTX is an entrepreneurial artificial intelligence company in Texas, but they're putting a lot of people here in Tallahassee, and I think they really want to make a big play here in Florida. George was part of the visit, so I got to meet them, and I think we got off to a good start. But this idea of having teams of people that would come together around fundraising is something that we can do while we have to, you know, start to build a new team at the foundation and make those investments. So we're starting to make more investments in that way. We also had the BOG meeting. You know, that was here at Florida State University. I think we did a good job of showing off Florida State. Tazzy and lots of people were involved. The communications team and Dennis and other people were very involved, and we had an amazing video that we played. We had the 4 students came and gave talks, and I think they were really impressed with what we had to offer, and Tazzy helped to organize a lot of that as one of the governors. We have a new BOG Chair, Brian Lamb. Brian Lamb, if you don't know Brian, he's from Tallahassee. I met his father the other day. He's the chair of the board of TCC, which I thought was really interesting. And Brian gave remarks, and one of the things he said I thought was really interesting. I don't know what will come of it, but he wanted to take a look at regulations that the BOG has created and think about giving more power back to the local board of trustees. So I think that's the chairman and I support that very strongly.
100%.
And we're hoping we're going to see how that ends up. But you all play a big role and know various people in the BOG, and so I think reinforcement of that would be great. Last time I was with you, I didn't realize it was that long ago. I hinted that we might win the APLU Award Degree Completion Award. We did win that. That's the top student success award in the entire country. We ensure that all our students have equal opportunity to get their degrees, and we virtually eliminate all disparities when it comes to race, ethnicity, and income level. This is no small feat. So let me repeat that. If a student comes in that has a challenging circumstances from an income point of view, okay, that's what I was. I took 6 classes when I went to school, but I had to drop half of them and quit so that I could work more hours so I could afford to pay for my apartment. So I was one of those challenged students. But our team, and led by Joe O'Shea and others, have done an absolutely remarkable job to make sure that all of our students have equal success. So our graduation rates are exactly the same. It doesn't matter where you come from. So let me remind you that's yes, sir.
Could you add that to the beginning of your sales pitch?
I will.
Because that's what we're here for, right?
Absolutely. Thank you. And this and I did that at the BOG for sure. So yeah, we let me remind you our graduation 4-year graduation rate is 74%, which is very high. And our freshman retention rate means that the number of students that come back after the freshman year is 95%. 95% is like, top 10 in the country. That means when they come to Florida State, they see how great a place it is. Everybody's happy. They love it, and they want to come back. And it's affordable. And so I think we're doing a lot of things right. So we also had the Ringling Board of Directors, and so that was my first opportunity to learn about the Ringling from the board. Certainly know about the board from my son, who's an art history major, told me the Ringling is an amazing place and told me everything there is to know about the Ringling and about all the art in our house. And I think there's an opportunity for us to bring the Ringling closer together with the mothership and make sure that there's strong collaborations. We want to do that also with opening nights. We had Charlie, I'm going to forget his name, the pianist from Harvard, who remembers? I don't see Liz. Sorry? Parker? Yeah. Charlie, not Parker. Harper. Okay, I can't remember, sorry. Charlie, I can't remember his name right now, I'm so sorry. And he was a brilliant pianist, was a student at Harvard, and he gave a great concert at opening nights. But he also, the most important part, is he spent the first afternoon giving master class to our piano students. And so that's the kind of thing that we want to continue to grow with our amazing arts program. So let me talk for just a couple of more minutes. Let me give you an update on the Sandals Building. If you read in the newspapers, some faculty members brought forth to us some concerns about the Sandals Building, mold and perhaps radon, and some chemicals that were in the building. We met with those faculty members, and We immediately, had some mold companies come in and experts to help us to understand what is going on in the building, as well as doing initial radon testing in the building and then look at these chemicals. We got the initial results yesterday. There's now a website, Dennis, Sandals Response, is that what it is? Sandals Response, .fsu.edu or something like that, is a website with all the information that's on that website. We, yes, there was mold in the building and in the air conditioning systems, and we'll work to remediate that. The mold gets in the insulation and eats the insulation, and then with dust forms these big black particles that get blown out of the air system. It's very common in Florida. It's happened in the Senate building and Supreme Court, et cetera. So these are very common to the mold folks to see this. Those are not harmful because they're just huge. You're not breathing those things. Mold can definitely exacerbate your asthma or allergies and things like that. But we're going to do everything we possibly can to remediate all that and get it all taken care of. The radon, there were levels from sort of 0.01 or 0.1 to 7. OSHA standards are 100, which is a pretty high number. 4 is a residential number, so we think we're kind of in that range. So there'll be some remediation that needs to take place. We're also going back in and doing second and third tests to make sure that we understand what's going on. We'll also test all the buildings for mold and radon, and we're doing that systematic. And Jim, Clark and I and Kyle and I are all over it. We met with the faculty members, the 4 faculty members, and talk with them. We meet with them on a regular basis every 2 weeks. And then yesterday, and we've hired experts, thanks to Carolyn has helped us to bring in mold and radon experts to help us to talk with everybody. They did a fantastic job yesterday. We had a meeting with the entire faculty of the College of Health and Human Sciences, and we stayed until there were no more questions. And I thought the experts did a good job at answering everything to the best of their ability. And we're going to get the information, and then we're going to do the remediation, and we're going to find places for those faculty members to be housed. So we're all over it, and we're going to do the best that we can, given the situation. So I feel that we're going to be open and transparent and tell everybody everything that's going on, and go with it in that way. So there's nothing else to report, but we'll continue to report back to you as board members. If you have particular interest in this, I'm happy to call you and update you on occasion. I certainly update the chairman every week, but happy to do that. So let me just finish with a couple of more brag points. The online rankings came out. Our graduate programs on online remain in the top 25. Our college communication, IT programs number 6 overall, and 3 among public universities, and 4 on the list for best for veterans. Our College of Criminology, which if you don't know is one of the best in the entire United States. They say Berkeley, Chicago, Florida State. They have to. It's that good. Our online master's program jumped 2 spots. We're 6th nationally and 5th among public universities. Our education online was also in top 20 and number 4 in a number of specialties. College of Business non-MBA programs was also ranked highly, 11 in insurance and 16 overall, 11 among publics, and our analytics was number 9. So we've done a good job with online, and we'll continue to do a good job. The thing is that Florida in general has done an amazing job. The state has made huge investments a number of years, and other schools, USF and UF and us, we all have top programs in this area, and it was because of the investments that were made. We're halfway through session. Clay Ingram and his team have been working very hard. The chairman and many of you have worked very hard. I think the chairman has worked harder than anybody. I've done everything that I could And we've had a lot of key meetings with top people. We had legislative dinners at the President's house to meet key individuals, to promote the great things that happen here at Florida State University. We're feeling good about where we are, but we're only halfway there. So continue to look to all of you to promote Florida State University, or give information, is that the right word? Give information about Florida State University, but if it happens to be how great we are, that would be okay with me. And as you know, we have our FSU Day is coming up tomorrow, and we're looking forward to seeing all you. That's hosted by the Student Government Association, so we're very excited about that. So that's pretty much the end of my remarks. Before I do that,
Hold on one second before you do that. Anybody have any questions or comments to the president before he gets into the next piece of what we're going to do about what he's been talking about for the last few minutes? Welcome Trustee Henderson too, by the way, who's on Zoom. Thank you. Anybody have any questions or comments to the president?
Mr. Chairman.
One of the things I would say is you said about the board being active, and we're going to be at the Capitol tomorrow, and they're going to be going to, members of the board are going to be going to see legislators just like you do every week. And so I really want to thank everybody. I think we have 7 or 8 of the trustees going to spend a couple hours on the Capitol. It's important for legislators to see not only you, Mr. President, and our lobbying team, but members of the Board of Trustees. So we're 100% behind your agenda.
thank you. And I just want to underline that last point. You know, it is a competition to some degree, and other universities, their boards spend a lot of time and going up and talking and talking about their universities. And so I'm really happy that we have such a powerful board, and that you're willing and able to, tell people how we're doing and be such supporters of Florida State University. So thank you in advance for that. So before I turn it over to the board chair, we have a special recognition. I'd like to personally thank David Coburn for his service. David Coburn, right there. David, you stepped into the role of athletics director when the department desperately needed your leadership skills and your budgetary expertise. You literally saved the department, as I understand it, from bankruptcy and brought us back to a healthy place. And under your watch, we won lots of championships, and we just appreciate everything that you did, especially during COVID-19, which was a particularly challenging time. And, I like to steal a line. I'll say one other thing. I appreciate all your support and your wisdom that you've given me. I've enjoyed working with you, and I know there's sort of one of the things I love about you, David and Mary, is that you guys are such huge fans of all the sports, and you go to every single thing that ever happens. And I like to steal the chairman's line by saying, there may be no better Noel. So thank you so much for your service.
I think the board, members of the board would all agree with me that it's important for this board to recognize special people for their unique and special contributions to the university. David Coburn is at the top of the list of unique and special for FSU. And also his wife, Mary, who was worked here when I was a student, and met my wife and I probably before my wife and I met each other. But I think the world of Mary, and I certainly think the world of David, and what he has given and what he continues to give Florida State University. We have a board resolution that we've worked on, and the general counsel's office was worked on, and other people at Westcott. And I'm going to ask Carolyn Egan to read this board resolution for David, and then we have a couple of David, if you wouldn't mind coming to the podium, and I'll meet you up there with a couple of things that we're going to give you while Carolyn reads the resolution.
I'll try my best to read it with no annotations and no commentary from the last 10 years, but no promises. If anyone wants to hang around for those stories later, they're available. The Board of Trustees of Florida State University resolution honoring David K. Coburn. Whereas David Keith Coburn's contributions and dedication to Florida State are matched by few and questioned by none. Whereas in 1973, it's a long time ago, Mr. Coburn graduated magna cum laude with honors and with a Bachelor of Science degree and as a member of Phi Beta Kappa from Florida State University. In 1977, Mr. Coburn graduated with a Master of Science in Planning degree from Florida State University and with a Juris Doctor degree from the Florida State University College of Law. And whereas in 2009, after a heralded career in public service, President T.K. Weatherall awarded Mr. Coburn the James D. Westcott Medal, the university's most distinguished award. And whereas the James D. Westcott Medal included a citation recognizing Mr. Coburn's distinguished service, stating, "Leaders of all stripes have sought Mr. Coburn's counsel for his measured sense of direction and his sensitivity to the issues facing Florida. In scores of protracted and highly contentious negotiations, he has managed to wrest solutions from knotty problems without losing the trust of those involved." And whereas in 2010, Mr. Coburn was inducted into the Florida State University Alumni's Circle of Gold, and whereas in 2012, Mr. Coburn began his tenure as Chief of Staff to Florida State University President Eric Barron, a role he continued in 2014 under President John Thrasher. During his time as Chief of Staff, Mr. Coburn also served as the Interim Vice President for Finance and Administration, as an advisor to the Chairman of the Board of Trustees, as the President's primary liaison to the Board of Trustees, was instrumental in the university's acquisition of the Donald L. Tucker Civic Center, and chaired or served on various other committees that undertook work vital to the university. And whereas Mr. Coburn has also been a dedicated teacher of many university students, serving as an adjunct instructor at the College of Law and in the Political Science Master's program for nearly a decade. And whereas in 2018, Mr. Coburn was tapped to serve as Interim Director of Intercollegiate Athletics, where he captained the department through the roughest waters it has ever seen over its impressive history. Whereas in 2019, Mr. Coburn was named the Permanent Director of Intercollegiate Athletics, and in 2021 was promoted to Vice President and Director of Athletics. And whereas in his first year as Director of Intercollegiate Athletics, the women's soccer team won the national championship, the men's baseball team reached the College World Series, the men's basketball team reached the Sweet 16 of the NCAA tournament, 19 of 20 sports participated in NCAA postseason play, and Florida State placed 7th in the Learfield IMG College Directors Cup, the highest finish for any ACC school, and the highest ranking for Florida State athletics in a decade. And whereas in the 2020 season, Mr. Coburn resolutely led the athletics department through a worldwide pandemic which caused play stoppages across all sports. Prior to the cessation of athletic events, the women's soccer team was to play in the College Cup. The men's basketball team was ranked 4th in the nation and poised for great postseason success. 5 other teams were ranked in the top 10 nationally, and a total of 10 out of 13 spring sports were ranked in the top 25 nationally. And whereas in the 2021 season, under Mr. Coburn's direction, the women's soccer team played for a national championship, the women's softball team played for a national championship, and Florida State finished 5th nationally in the Capital One Cup rankings for women's programs, and 16th nationally in the overall Directors Cup. And whereas on January 2nd, 2022, Mr. Coburn stepped down as Vice President and Director of Athletics, and with the support of his wife, Mary, children, Laura and Katie, and grandchildren, Abby, Jean, and Liam, has continued his dedicated service to the university as a special assistant to the president. We're getting there. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees for Florida State University deem it necessary and appropriate to recognize David K. Coburn for his outstanding contributions to Florida State University, dated this 8th day of February 2022, the Board of Trustees of Florida State University.
We're giving him a cop, we're giving him, we'll get the president up here too in a second. I'm gonna give him the second one. is the resolution. And then, as you all know, Board of Trustees members may or may not know, some of the new ones, whenever a Board of Trustee member goes out, we give them a paper mache, Viris Artis Mores 3-torch that the FSU master craftsmen do. And that is for, obviously, people that were trustees or other special people. David's a little bit more special than that, because David also was our athletic director. And there's only one thing that you give a former athletic director, and that's got to be the Seminole head. So we're giving him both today. We're giving you both, and it says, David K. Coburn, thank you for your decades of dedication to Florida State University. Appreciate it. You want a picture? Yeah. You want to sit over here?
Very good. Hang that down just a little bit so I don't see. There we go. Great.
Can we get Mary up here?
Sure.
Mary, come on. Stand next to your husband, act like you like him.
Got a lot of practice.
Hang that down just a little bit. Great. Look, record, good smile. Fantastic. Thank you.
Would you say a couple words?
Yeah,
Would you?
not many more.
Yeah. I want to see you cry.
I've already done that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's overwhelming. I appreciate it more than you know. Thank all of you trustees. It's been an honor and a pleasure to work with each of you, John, all of you. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. You and Jen have been such great friends and supporters, and Mary and I really appreciate our relationship. I need to thank Eric Barron and Alan Bentz for bringing me over here, John Thrasher and Ed Burr for all their support, particularly during the athletic director period, which was turbulent, as Carolyn laid out so well. All the folks I work with, kind of sitting over here, thanks to all of you. Appreciate you more than you know. Carolyn and Kyle, miss you guys a lot. Thanks to all the staff and the coaches in the athletic department. They were such great friends and gave me such great support, made me look good always, as did the rest of these folks. You know, I've had a long time working, and I've been able to do a lot of things for this university, and it's been an honor and a privilege to serve her, as I know all you feel. So thank you very, very much again. I appreciate it all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, and Mary, thank you so much. Man, there's a few first families at Florida State, and they're definitely one of them, and we just appreciate how much of your life you dedicated to Florida State. And we know you're thankful for the break, so I know Mary probably is. But thank you. Doesn't that feel good? We should lead with that, right? We should just lead with that every meeting. Next item on the agenda is the consent items. Everybody, that went out in the packet. Everybody had a chance to review that. Anybody have any questions on the consent items, or does somebody want to take something out of the consent agenda? I'll take a motion to approve items A through O.
I so move.
Max, second by Trustee Thiel. Anybody opposed? Okay, the consent agenda passes. Next, we're going to go to Trustee Alvarez under New Business and Updates, the Audit and Compliance Committee. I know you had 3 of your items, Chairman Alvarez, that were on the consent agenda, but I'm sure you want to cover a little bit on them. Floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Before I give you a report, or I have somebody give you a report on the audit committee, I must inform you that we've been challenged in replacing our chief auditor, Mr. McCall. By the way, we didn't fire him. He retired, okay? Because he has some big shoes to be replaced. But we're very fortunate, and they did a great job in interviewing people, and we finally decided on 3 candidates that we thought were outstanding, and that was a very tough decision. As a matter of fact, we selected a 4th candidate thinking that when we invite the 3 candidates that we selected, 1 or 2 may not show up. Amazingly, all 3 decided they're going to show up. So we will be interviewing them personally pretty soon, as long as Mr. Clark sets up an appointment that is, by the way, it's very difficult what Kyle Clark has done to make sure that everybody is in time to do these things because, COVID and everybody's got different difficult schedules. So the 3 people that we decided on, again, you will be very impressed. Kevin Robinson, he's the chief auditor at Auburn University. Very impressive individual, and so is Charles Wright with Oklahoma. He's also the chief auditor of Oklahoma. And Ondra Bowen, is chief auditor at Kennesaw State. So they have already agreed that they're going to be coming to campus and have personal interviews. And then the 4th, in case one of the 3 decided not to show up or decided not to participate, was Robert Clark, who is the chief auditor at Howard University. So I think that we are on a plan to make this decision as soon as possible because I'm pretty sure that Mr. McCall wants to enjoy his retirement. And by the way, thank you, Mr. McCall, not only for the job that you have done and your dedication to the school, but the fact that he has decided to stay until we find a replacement. So we really thank you for that. So the very last meeting I was not able to attend for personal reasons. I really don't like to give excuses, so I would like Robin to please let us know what happened. He refuses to take my place. He already said that. He doesn't have the same accent. So. Let's see if he can imitate the accent. Then, okay.
Are you going to say something, Trustee Mateo?
Yeah. So we had a meeting, obviously, and we were updated on the new ethics and conflict of interest project that I think all you are going to be seeing and need to fill out in the foreign gift reporting. Received an update from the chief audit executive on both the internal and external audits. And I would like to say there was a finding in there for some lack of transparency, and I think we as a board should take a look. I think they say it's in order, but I think it's our job to kind of take a look at what that might be. And so I would just suggest that, that's something we should view. And then that was pretty much it. So it was a productive meeting. And Jim Henderson, I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I think it's well said. I think a follow-up on the comment dealt with disclosure of detailed information that was used in terms of facilitating the audit. That was brought out in a fashion that the auditors could read it well, interpretation and proper reporting. So we feel that item has been checked off, but certainly we can report back to the Finance Committee and the Audit Committee their findings and withdraw any air of transparency as a question. Thank you.
Is that it?
Yep.
If I could, Robin, could I get you to come up to the podium real quick and just give a once again, a couple minutes on the CAMS disclosure system. I know that some of you all trustees have seen it go out. I know Robin's sent reminders out. I'm not sure how many people have responded, but if you could just give another pitch for it.
Thank you very much. So it means everything to have our board members participating in the disclosure process. It would be fantastic if we actually gave you a way to do that after we have spent so much time telling you how much we appreciate it. So we're continuing to work with the vendor because a lot of you have relationships with the university, but a lot of those relationships are several years old, for some of you, decades old. You have a singular profile with the university, and so what we've been trying to do is attach your CAMS profile to your existing student profile from, for some of you, only 2 or 3 years ago. So we're working on that. My plan is to, again, thank you for your patience with the system. From a staff perspective, we have had a few thousand staff members utilizing the system. So from a university perspective, the numbers are looking really, really good, and so I'll continue to give you updates on that. But for these, what's called a sponsored guest access, which is what y'all have, there's a little bit more involved in the intricacies of making sure that we're matching those things up, that we're protecting your data properly. So as soon as I have proper instructions on how to do that, each one of you will receive individualized information with your login, with steps to go through, and then hopefully we'll be able to get y'all into the system. For any of you who want to have a one-on-one to go through the steps of what's required for disclosure, what's not required, I'm happy to walk you through that. We can do that on Zoom or over the phone. But those emails will hopefully be coming to you in the next 24 hours. Just this morning was when we got some of those finalized. So again, appreciate your patience. Hope that's acceptable to you. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
The vendor did a great job. My birthday changed from 48 to 84, so nothing wrong with that.
Wow. We could all use a little of that.
It's an added bonus.
Yeah. Any questions for Robin? Okay.
We'll get there. Thank you all again.
Thank you.
Appreciate your patience.
Thank you. Is that it, Trustee Alvarez?
I think so.
Great. So we're going to move into finance and business. Thank you again, Trustee Henderson. He couldn't be here in person, but he's here on Zoom. And I know he's been very active, and the committee's been very active. So I will turn it over to you, Trustee Henderson.
Thank you, Chairman Collins. And first, if I could use the privilege of the podium to a personal thank you to David Coburn. Among the many accolades on his behalf is one that he has helped coach a number of trustees to be better trustees to serve Florida State University. So my personal thank you, and great sailing and when you're back to enjoy life, forward. And we know that we'll get to see you quite often, which is great with it. So thank you, David. Second is my apologies to the board and to Florida State University for not being present today. Unfortunately, my boss has decided that I would be in front of them at a board meeting today. And I kind of felt like I probably need to do that. So the Finance Committee, I would start out by saying that the time I've served on the board and in this committee, and the professionalism, I think the capability that the leadership staff, financial staff has with FSU, is bar none. They're great. The communication, I think, the update, the guidance they provide us to make sure in safe harbor on financial reporting and our financial condition is wonderful, and a very special thank you to Kyle and his team for that leadership. With that, I'd like a couple items, a few items we went over. One is we discussed the annual financial report. We went through it in detail, some of the items with respect to the performance. No surprise there. We obviously did note the coming out of the COVID year last year. There's a number of items of revenue and expense that moved around. They were well explained, were natural components of that. A significant change both in enrollment, on-site revenues, and certainly the contribution by the federal government in terms of helping to cover some of those costs. Not all of them, but certainly they were very meaningful in protecting the financial position of the university with that. The relationship we have with the rating agencies, Poor's, Fitch's, and Moody's, is the very best among the Florida State University system. And again, it's our leadership that keeps us there, protects us there in that environment. Kyle also updated us on the operational audit. And an item there that the state auditor mentioned, I think in the audit committee was just mentioned about word transparency. This turns out to be, as this committee saw it, was an item dealing with documentation availability. That was clear. It was no item of an exception or an issue like that, but certainly a comment well taken with respect to making it easier to go back and audit if you will, the transfer in loans within the university, within the Florida State University with that on it. So we felt good about the feedback and response there. The continued financial health reporting, the interacting with BOG, the measurements, there was a couple items there dealing with reporting revenues, expenses more in line with what the BOG expects. It's great to know that we recognize that we need to be very thoughtful about their expectations of us. We respond to that, and our leadership responds accordingly with that. And again, thanks so much to the staff there at the university. So this time, I'd like to ask Kyle if he would present the action items. I believe these maybe have already been maybe acted upon, but whether or not he'd want to review some of these for any Q&A by the board. So Kyle.
Thank you, Chairman Henderson. I'm going to move to today's action item, and that is a loan for the FSU Research Foundation for $45 million for the Interdisciplinary Research and Commercialization Building. This information was included in your board packet. It was updated earlier this morning via email, and we've also provided a hard copy at each one of your desks. I'll talk to you about the changes in the document before you all vote on what's different now than what was originally discussed last Thursday with the committee. So the Board of Governors has very stringent debt management guidelines, and the Board of Trustees are required to adopt a resolution for approval and consideration by the Board of Governors to issue debt not to exceed $45 million for the purpose of financing a portion of the Interdisciplinary Research and Commercialization Building. I think most of you all know that when this building was originally envisioned, it was going to be a 50-50 partnership with the state of Florida. We did receive $44 million from the state of Florida for that building. And starting earlier this fall, the president, Andy Johnji, and Laura Fulkerson and myself started talking about the opportunity to perhaps leave our portion of the funds in the research endowment so that we could leverage the low cost of borrowing as it stands right now. We started having conversations with the legislature, the Board of Trustees, and the Division of Bond Finance, and that's what brought us here today. So I would like to talk to you about the specific terms of this agreement. The university, on behalf of the Research Foundation, issued an RFP on January 14th requesting proposal for the direct purchase of a non-qualified bank loan, which were due on February 2nd. We received 4 responses, which were further negotiated by the university's investment advisor, Hilltop Security. TD Bank offered a 15-year loan with a taxable rate of 2.51%, which is callable after 1 year from closing with no prepayment penalties. After working with the Division of Bond Finance, we were able to lock the rates. And there will be no cost to the Research Foundation if this is not approved by the Board of Trustees or the Board of Governors. When we look at this opportunity, what we're basically doing is leaving our private money in the endowment fund and taking advantage of the capital market. If we look at the endowment and consider that the endowment over the next 15 years averages a 7% rate of return, and compare that to the 2.51% taxable interest rate that we were able to obtain, the net result of that at the end of that 15-year period would be over $30 million in additional funds that the Research Foundation would have to allocate to the university's strategic plan. So as long as we feel confident in being able to exceed the 2.51% debt financing loan rate, then the university stands to generate additional funds from this opportunity. After the Board of Trustees Finance and Business Committee met on Thursday night, we immediately went to work with the Division of Bond Finance, sharing documents with them and having conversations. They asked us to tweak those documents to be further in line with the university's debt management guidelines, and asked for more specificity as it relates to the guarantee and as it relates to what funds that we would pay back, and making sure that we clarified in the document that it wasn't a general obligation loan and that only certain funds could be pledged to pay back that loan. We have since done that, and we received back from the Division of Bond Finance this morning updated bond resolutions. But the deal remains the same in terms of the interest rate, no penalty in terms of calling it 1 year after issue, and a 15-year loan.
Okay. I don't think anybody's going to argue with this. It's not like we're just going out and leveraging something. We have the cash. We can create positive arbitrage between what we're going to earn on those dollars in the endowment and what we're going to pay in this interest rate. I would tell Kyle, go find more of this stuff where we can do, where we have those funds. As you all know, that the Research Foundation raises money to do buildings like this. But if we can create opportunities like this and not have to do 100% equity, but that money's still there, it's not like it's not there, that money's still there, then I don't think that there's any risk to the university whatsoever. And it's upside. I've personally talked to Ben Watkins, who runs the Division of Bond Finance, about it. We've had several conversations about it, and I think this is a great thing to do. That said, we'll take questions of Kyle, and anybody have any questions on this or have any issues?
Peter, I think the committee voted, in its entirety in favor of the motion. They're just reporting to really around the same comments you have made in terms of looking at an extraordinary interest rate market cycle that we're able to take advantage of and use that to bring forward buildings there to deliver capability to the university. So we're totally in favor.
Thank you, Trustee Henderson. Trustee Deal?
This is probably a silly question. Is the building an asset of the university or the foundation?
The university.
Anybody else have any questions? All right, so we need the Board of Trustees has to approve this before it goes to the BOG for final approval. So I would take a motion by someone to approve this.
So moved. Second.
Trustee Weatherford and then Trustee De Las Cuevas Diaz on the second. Anybody opposed to this? All right, passes.
And I'd like to especially thank the Division of Bond Finance for them jumping in and helping us and making sure that we get all of the paperwork done correctly so that we can move this forward. So special thanks to them.
And I'll say this, the Division of Bond Finance is very complimentary of Kyle and the team. They sit in a unique position of having to watch over all of the state universities who, with all their borrowings and everything else. But Ben and his team were highly complimentary of Kyle and his team. So thank you for that.
Yes, sir. A couple quick updates from Finance and Administration. Chairman Henderson mentioned it is the season for bond rating surveillance. We have started that process. Fitch is first out of the gate, and we will be meeting with them on Wednesday, and they will be going to committee on Thursday, and hopefully we'll have continued good news to share with the board in the next few weeks as it relates to our surveillance with them. We've already touched on the operational audit and the financial statement audit. I think most of you all received both of these via email back in January, but the state audited our financial statements, and we had a clean, unmodified opinion. So this is one of the schedules that I look at very, very closely in addition to the financial schedules, and this is the functional classification of expenses. The reason why we look at this so closely is because this ties directly to U.S. News and World Report, and this goes into a number of their per-student expenditure calculations. So you heard the president talk earlier today around the HERD survey and their definitions in terms of how they classify research and quantify research. This is another definition that we have to adhere to for the U.S. News and World Report. The good news in this is that our instructional expenses have gone up by $20 million, and our public service expenses have gone up by $40 million too, which means that our per-student expenditure for our students will hopefully be increasing next year, which are additional points for us on the U.S. News and World Report. We look at this every year and study it very closely along with our colleagues in the Provost Office and institutional research to make sure that we have appropriately classified all of the expenditures. In terms of other updates, facilities, as the president mentioned, is developing a comprehensive plan for testing all of our university facilities. We recently worked with the city of Tallahassee to expand and enhance our solar power agreement with them. Now 30% of the university facilities are run off of solar power. We're completing all of the contract documents for the Interdisciplinary Research and Commercialization Building. That project is underway, and you will start seeing construction on that site very soon. We are completed a campus master plan and now turned our attention to the infrastructure, capital renewal, deferred maintenance, and all of those plans. At the next Finance and Business Committee, Chairman Henderson has requested us to take a deep dive into deferred maintenance. I know that's been a big conversation of Chairman Collins and also of the Board of Governors. The university does have a significant amount of deferred maintenance. I think across the entire state university system, that number is around $1.8 billion, and the amount that's attributable to FSU is north of $130 million. Did you just want to say anything, Chairman Collins?
The only thing I would say on that is I think our portion, Kyle, is almost 400 million, but the way that the formula works, we would, if it was,
Right,
if it was
exactly.
800 million, we'd get about 135.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if the allocation came to fruition, yes.
right.
Excuse me. Thank you for correcting me. We are working on reconfirming the design and contracting all the documents for Legacy Hall. That's very important to the president, and we have been very active in that space. In terms of public safety, the police department has a new Heads Up campaign that they're rolling out across campus to get students, faculty, and staff to focus on distracted driving, walking, and biking. We have had a number of incidents in the past where students or faculty and staff members weren't paying attention, and there were incidents. The Real-Time Crime Center that you heard about at the last board meeting will open this semester. That's a joint partnership with the City of Tallahassee and Leon County to help fight crime. We just implemented a new joint contract with the city and county for a new radio system. The president mentioned we hope to conclude our national search for a new chief of police this week and hope an announcement will be forthcoming. Also, I'm sure you may have heard that the FSU Police Department has been investigating a crime at the library over the past year, and they just made an arrest on that this week. Transportation and parking has received recognition as a best workplace for commuters. That's a new distinction for us. Business Services is finalizing all the contracts for the dining locations and retail. Dr. Hecht has been on us in terms of what she wants to see in the building and to make sure that we have lots of options for students, and we're doing our best to accommodate that. The Seminole Legacy Golf Course has had some renovations underway, installing new cart paths, and you can see they're about halfway done there. Several projects in information technology relative to increasing cybersecurity and our safety measures. And then in human resources, we implemented the minimum wage increase or the minimum graduate stipend increase that was agreed upon in the fall semester. We've been working with our 403 Bay plans so that we could streamline that and negotiate new contracts to save our faculty and staff additional funds, implemented a lot of new compliance reports and new training as well. Last but not least, we have been working on transitioning our facilities procurement into Spearmart so that they can use the same platform that the rest of campus has to optimize and have greater efficiency. We've dispersed around $161 million of financial aid so far this semester and selected a new online payment solution as well that has been implemented. Happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Kyle, okay if I say something about Legacy Hall. So one of the goals that that I put upon myself is to put a shovel in the ground to build a new business school in September. And Kyle and I have been working very hard on this with a lot of help from the chairman and others, trying to figure out how we make that happen. So I'm feeling pretty confident that it's going to happen. We need $20 million in fundraising to close the gap, is our calculation. And that includes, the cost of construction is going up, and so, there's some variables that we can't control. But we think there's a $20 million gap, and we've been working on raising money to close that gap. So we're getting close. We've already raised, we haven't closed on it, but we've gotten commitments of about $6-7 million. And we got a couple of things in the hopper where there's optimism for maybe another 10. We have another proposal out to somebody for $40 million, which we continue to talk to them about. But that's ongoing. So I think we're going to get very close. And so when we get to sort of 12 or right in that range, then we'll go to the business school board of governors. We'll come to key trustees that we hope will support the business school, and we're hoping that we'll be able to close the gap and get it done. I think that this will be one of the things that, I don't know what you know about business schools, but the building that the business school is in is completely and utterly tied to the rankings of business schools. So the facility is incredibly important to attract MBA students and attract the faculty to give us the climb that we need in our business school. And so I feel very optimistic that we're going to get it done. Again, we're trying to set big, audacious goals for ourselves, but we're feeling pretty good about it. And I think that if we can't close $20 million between now and September, then we'll have to take a look at ourselves and see why we can't do such a thing. So Kyle has been amazing in helping us out, and I think the other thing I wanted to mention about the debt on the buildings, if you're not familiar with the way universities work, is that when you try to build a building, you go out and try to raise money for the building, you never get to the total cost of paying for the building through fundraising, and then you take the rest out in debt. Usually it's tax-free debt, but it can be taxable debt too, especially in this climate. And so I'm trying to really push for us to be more aggressive in this area, especially in these areas of absolute critical need where we just can't wait any longer. And the business school, for all of you who have been around, that's been something that we've been hoping to build for, I don't know how long, a long time.
Well, trustees, or Vice Chairman Sasser knows how long, because he was part of the original group that they launched that project, and he made a nice gift to it. So, he and I talk about it quite a bit, and there's nobody going after it more than Trustee Sasser, and Trustee Henderson's given to it as well.
That's right. I think it was about 10 to 12 years ago, Pam and I gave the first $1 million to kick off the the campaign. And at that time, we had the biggest school, we had the biggest alumni base. We thought we had the best chance possible to raise enough money to start the building, but it's been stubborn. For whatever reason, it's been stubborn, but it's time to kick it back into motion and get the ball rolling. It's really a great need that we have. The business school that we have, the facility now is the same one that and Trustee Henderson used when we were in college a long, long time ago. So it's time. And I think if we energize this project just one more time, one last push, we ought to be able to push it over the top. What do you think, Jim?
Absolutely. Well, Mr. President, thank you so much for bringing the energy and focus to this project. We know it will be a component of raising really the ranking within university with that. And I know we're biased because that school delivered outstanding career to us. We'd like to do that to others. So thank you.
Thank you. And I also want to give a shout out to Dean Hartline, who's been a tremendous partner with us in this journey. And he also is re-energized about this project. And, we're just going to get it done. We're going to get it done. You brought me here to get things done, and I'm going to hold as I said in my state, I'm holding my own feet to the fire here to try to get it done. But Kyle, if Kyle is optimistic then about this from a financial point of view.
And you can't tell, but he is smiling.
I'm smiling.
Yes, he is smiling underneath the
Yes.
mask.
It's as good as you're going to get.
I'm optimistic,
He's optimistic. So
very
he's
optimistic.
Very convincing,
Kyle and I
Kyle.
talk about this every week. Every week we dig into this. So we're on it. Thank you.
Thank
And
you all.
Thank you for your generous support.
One last thing I would say on that is, I know I've talked to several trustees. I know Trustee Thiel's a contributor to the new building as well, and I am. And if you know of people out there that have said, well, we got to wait till we're getting pretty close and then I'll do something, just let the president or Andy Johnji or me or Dean Hartline know, and we will go see them. I met with 2 donors. President's been with a lot of donors, and I met with 2 $5 million donors in the last 2 or 3 weeks. To help kick them over the edge, as you would say, Trustee Sasser. So if you know of anybody that feels that way and they need a call or they need a visit, we're happy to go see them.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
This is a perfect opportunity on going back to your marketing speech, that the more we put our story out there and the more we connect with our communities, then we will be able to identify these people a little bit easier. So it has to go back to that, and my belief is if we focus the next 3 to 5 years on that, the business school will be built, but plus
Yes.
will happen here.
100%.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for saying that.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Clark, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Henderson, Trustee Henderson, do you have anything?
No, I don't. And, but, thank you, Kyle, for making us look perhaps better than we are. So back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Trustee Thiel, Student Affairs.
Sure. We had a meeting on the 26th. There was no consent agenda items, so it's really more of an informational update. I'm going to skip the COVID update, and just because we don't need to hear more about that than we have, in my opinion. It's wonderful to be here maskless, so thank you for that. Thank you for your leadership. Just some updates on sort of the state of student affairs. There's a lot of good news. A lot of things in the past that have probably caused some angst. We had the largest spring fraternity recruitment since we started registration, so 434 men. Panhellenic is 263. Chi Phi is colonizing this semester. So I'm not sure what everybody's opinion are, but having been and experienced a great few years in part of Phi Delta Theta, the leadership and the camaraderie that I personally created was important. So I'm glad to see fraternities and sororities back growing, which is great. Wellness, which has always been a passion of mine, even though Trustee Collins suggested I lose 5 pounds. 81% of our first-year students engaged in fitness, sports club, or outdoor activities, which I think is correlated to the next point, which is counseling numbers have returned to 2019, 2020 numbers down about 1,000 lower. So that to me is completely correlated, right? We're out moving our bodies, we're doing good things for ourselves, and things like depression and other issues become less, less of a challenge. The circus is celebrating its 75th year. It's literally the reason that Brett Brasiak and I came to Florida State. We hitchhiked with 3 girls that were in the circus in Daytona Beach in 1980, and that was the extent of our search in Florida, and we chose Florida State. So you'll also know how important my due diligence is. In
Can we talk more about that at dinner tonight, maybe?
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely. The SGA, Admiral Hunter, and I don't want to take the Tazzie's, Admiral Hunter's now the new Student Senate President. You hosted the BOG meeting. We'll hear about that, I'm sure. As far as fundraising, we kicked off, we literally, Karen Thiel and Jennifer Collins, our better halves, with Amy and her team kicked off a recruitment for what we were calling the Parent and Family Advancement Council. We are shamelessly stealing the model from Wake Forest, where Mr. and Mrs. Collins have been part of that. Also, Peter Jones and Mary Lee were part of that before, with the idea of engaging more parents and thinking about spreading the word, which Vivian just talked about. It's so important to do that. We had an event in Clearwater for the Tampa Bay area. We're going to have one in Miami, and you'll hear more about that. But the idea is really to concentrate it and making sure that families have some other family to go to answer questions as they bring students into the university. You may remember, you may not, our committee spent a lot of time on the Career Center. It's an important part of our preeminence ranking, and it's the inconsistency is there. We have to address it, and so kudos to Vice President Hecht. She went out and interviewed all but 2 deans, and Jim, I'll get those 2 deans' names if you want. If they're not cooperative, we can make sure they become cooperative. Really asking them what about their assessment of the Career Center and what works and what doesn't. And you might not be surprised, but I think it's important to note that a lot of there's obviously process that is not unique, which is common to every school, but there are items of customization that are required, and perhaps in the past we haven't been as nimble or as adaptable at the Career Center to the needs of those different schools. To wit, a music student doesn't need a headshot. A music student needs a video of them performing to get a job. So we can't be so rigid to say, well, here's your headshot, because it isn't going to work for certain disciplines. So there'll be a lot of work there, but I'm very encouraged, because for me, this is so critical, because this is one of the endpoints of one of the most important parts of going to school, but it also will drive, obviously, the rankings as it relates to preeminence. We talked a little bit about residential students and who stays on campus and who doesn't. There's a enigma sort of from geography. We haven't solved it, but we have an idea. But nevertheless, we have turned 1,000 people down for student housing. So if we want more people in the housing, that means somebody else is going to get displaced. So that's probably the bigger question long term is, do we have enough student housing on campus? And is there enough demand to meet that? We know right now there's not enough supply to meet the demand, but things change in life. So I think that is something we want to continue to revisit. And then the last one is more of a financial piece, but it is going to affect student affairs, which is the notion of inflation. Inflation is real. Whether you experience it or not, it is absolutely real. The wage inflation, if you just think about merit increases, as we battle for funding in the session, there have to be merit increases. People have to make more. People like this incredible young woman are cutting their hours to make budget, her pay, not her hours. She's cutting her paid hours to volunteer hours, and that's just not appropriate, and that's not a great lesson. So we're going to have to solve that challenge, but it's going to find its way into student affairs. So just a bigger question as to how we're going to fund that. That's going to be really important for us to deliver the experience for these students. And with that, we wrapped up the meeting and we adjourned. That's all I have to report.
Anything you want to add, Vice President Hecht?
No, we covered it very well, but happy to answer any questions.
2 things I would say on that. First of all, anybody have any questions for Trustee Thiel and Vice President Hecht about the Student Affairs Committee? I appreciate it. I had another call on the campus master plan. Mike Alford was on there, and some other people were on there, Kyle and all of our consultants, and looking at our master plan. we have 42,000 students now at FSU. I think it was about 23 when I was here, probably less when Trustee Thiel was here.
18.
Yeah,
You wanna
18.
rub it in, yeah.
Are you counting the circus members or?
Yeah.
Okay, so about 18,000. We have to plan for not only the shortfall that we have now, but we're going to have 50,000 students in 10 or 12 years, maybe 15 years. And we don't have enough housing. But at the same time, we've got some older housing that needs to be redone. The fact that Sally Hall is still around is amazing because it was bad when I was here. But anyway, so we have to think about growth for our school, and we got to think about what we're going to do for housing there. I think that's one of our biggest needs. I think that we should be able to provide on-campus housing for at least the freshman class. I mean, I think we should, because, if you want student success, you need them to be part of the university. And if they come in and they're just at some off-campus, apartment 5 miles away, it's going to impact that. And so I think we need to make that a goal of ours. It maybe doesn't reach the top 10 this year, Mr. President, but I think that it needs to be. We need to have that capability for our incoming freshmen.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And in my first month, I took a tour of all the various dorms and things, and it's very clear that we have an opportunity to build more dorms, and it's just a better environment if you can have the students on campus. It's better for their health and safety. There's so many things that you benefit from by having more and more housing, and so you can ask Kyle. I mean, I think the first month I was here, I said, we got to build more dorms, so it is a big ticket item though. And, but again, it's, along this idea of that being an aspirational goal for us in the near term, I think is something that's important, so.
And at 2.5%, it's probably more affordable.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, but I didn't want to say that out loud.
Yeah.
I think certainly in the Finance Committee, we mentioned this, the fact that, it is a revenue generator. And if you look at our performance overall for housing, we do create a margin there. So if you look at the performance, the outcome, the experience of particularly that first, maybe second year in college there, the President well knows that there's a really good reason to have these students around each other in an environment that they know they're safe and they can focus on education. So it's a great topic. Perhaps we could address from looking at the economics about driving that and really work with the full board on looking at options.
I go back to the marketing concept, which is if we have students from different cities and states integrated, i.e. living on campus, so they're not going into pockets of Miami versus Tampa versus Orlando versus New York, and living on the right outside of campus, but it's still not campus. There are better beacons 5 years from now when they graduate. They are who's going to say the story because they integrated into the university. And that's so easy with student housing. Like it's just a real easy solution.
Vice President Heck?
Sure. In addition, you're all fabulously doing my job, so I appreciate it. I know Dean O'Shea and I have been talking about the future of honors, and housing is a recruitment tool as well. And our students want to know that they're going, and their families want to know they're going to have a safe place. We do know that students who live on campus tend to have higher GPAs. They're retained at even higher levels. They have a better appreciation of difference. And so all of those things are what Florida State is about. And, it is hard to know. After COVID ends, we turned away 1,000 people. We did have the very large first-year class, coupled with almost a year of isolation. So we'll continue to look at that. Sally Hall has been on that master plan. Vice President Clark and I have spent a lot of time talking about the future of that, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to be very innovative with housing, integrate academics, integrate engagement into the new housing we build.
Can I have one question?
Yeah.
Are meal plans required for on-campus housing?
They are not.
They're not.
Thank you. This is all very good, and I encourage the board and maybe the Finance Committee to continue to take a look at this. This is all the points that have been made are exactly right. It's a matter of thinking about it's the finance piece that we have to solve, and the rest of it, I think, can be solved, and I think that there's opportunity.
It would be interesting if one could be invited to that, to have those kinds of conversations, where we take the problem and match it to the solution source.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
You want to say something else?
I want to say something about the careers.
Yeah, go ahead.
But one thing I forgot to say in my remarks is I did go to Career Day, I think it's called.
Seminole Futures.
Seminole Futures.
Seminole Futures.
Career Day. But it's
which is
Seminole.
Career Day. And I have to say that I was pretty blown away. I mean, there were 200 companies here, and that's a very light year. We usually have 300-400 companies that come here. And I talked to a number of the leaders, Amy was there with me, from these companies, and they say, oh my God, once you start hiring Florida State students, we just can't get enough of them. And we heard that from company after company. So it was very, very successful. And for, the disciplines that fit into the Career Center, which is something I'm very sensitive to. I'm not saying that that's not a criticism, but I've seen this at other universities where they're very good about one particular discipline, but then other disciplines are out of the box careers. It's something that's a little bit more challenged. So, but on the sort of heart and soul of what the Career Center does,
It's amazing.
great job. It was a great job.
Yeah, and there was just some anomalies where nursing it didn't have a high placement ratio, which makes no sense demographically. So it's just digging into those anomalies and finding out, and not accepting conventional wisdom as the answer, but to go actually do the work to find out what the root cause is.
And just to comment on that, at our committee meeting and also at the former BOG meeting, we were highlighted for our dashboard that's going to come out for My Florida Future. But more importantly, the Career Center led, especially in the conversation of helping students navigate how do you pick a major and what are the likelihoods of getting a career in that major, what is the salary, starting salaries, what are the internship opportunities. It lays out everything. So I say that to say and we talked about this in the committee meeting, that's going to help drastically with the incoming class. They are mandated to go through this module so that they know what they're going to get into, and if they don't go through it, they'll have a hold on their account. But every freshman is going to be forced to come to conversations with, okay, I'm actually going to college, and I'm either Bright Futures or my parents or myself, scholarships are paying for school, and I need to make an investment not only with my time in classrooms, but externally. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Anybody else have any other comments about that, about the Career Center or anything on student affairs? Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Hack. We're going to do one more, and then we're going to take a break. And we have Mr. Michael Alford, our new Vice President and Director of Athletics. This is his first board meeting. No hazing. But if anybody wants to say anything about him, that's fine too.
We can't hear him sing the fight song or anything like that?
No, we're not going to make him sing the alma mater, or he probably could do it, but we're not going to make him do that. I do know that he has a special guest. I think you're going to lead with the special guest,
Yes.
and then you're going to
Yes,
talk?
Chairman.
Okay,
Yes.
please.
When I met with the chairman about the structure of how athletics wanted to present, one of the things we talked about early on was what our mission is in athletics, and that is investing in our student athletes. That is giving them the resources to be successful. I'm always going to go fundraise, and I had breakfast this morning, and one of the questions Trustee Thiel asked me was, why are you into athletics? Why are you doing what you do? And my answer was, I'm always going to fundraise. I'm always going to be out there sharing a vision and creating a vision and giving people opportunities. But it's really the relationships you get to build with the student athletes. That is something that will always be the number one priority, is making sure they have the resources to be successful. So talking to Chairman Collins, I went, what better way to talk about the impact that Florida State is having than to bring up a student athlete to share what they're doing at each board meeting. So today we're going to have Jenna Johnson, who is a beach volleyball player. She's studying biomedical engineering, which I believe that was my second choice going in. I'm not.
Second choice?
Second choice
Okay.
going in.
Yeah.
She finished the 2021 season with a 27-6 record, including a 3-0 record on Court 4 and a 24-6 record on Court 5. Participated in the 2021 President's Showcase of Undergraduate Research Excellence. Named Honorary ACC Postgraduate Scholarship Recipient. Student Athlete Advisory Council, SAC, President and ACC SAC Representative representing Florida State to the ACC. And also coordinated a food drive in her spare time competition with the University of Miami SAC to benefit Second Harvest Food Bank. I will say that FSU student athletes donated over 1,200 pounds of food to give back to our community. And of course, we took down the U in that competition. So, with no further ado, I would like to have Ms. Jenna Johnson come share her experience.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, Mr. Alford, and it is truly an honor and a blessing to be standing here presenting to all of you established people. I would love to tell you a little bit about who I am and how FSU has impacted me and molded me into the person that I am today. And for me personally, my family is my rock. My sister Marley goes to UF. Obviously, only one of us has taste. And then my parents, Terry and Kara, really support me and encourage me to achieve all of my goals. We have 2 dogs, but this one's 16, so she gets special presentation privileges. And FSU has truly become like a second family to me, and that's one of the reasons that I am absolutely in love with this university. One of my families is my team, and I'd love to tell you a little story about how I got here. So when I was 14 years old, I was playing a beach volleyball camp in South Florida, and I met Brooke Niles, who is now my coach. At the time, my mom and I went up to her and we said, hey, Jenna's about to begin her recruiting process. Is she too late? Because college, now student athletes are recruiting younger and younger each year. To which she said, absolutely not. Anything is possible if you put your mind to it. So fast forward a few years, Coach Brooke receives the head coaching position at Florida State University, and I was in the middle of my recruiting process. I was recruited as the last person in my class, and I worked my tail off to become a starter position. And one of the things I really admire about Coach Brooke is how she's a great example of a powerful, gritty, and determined leader. She even runs our conditioning test with us. I think that's pretty impressive. To brag a little bit on the program that Coach Niles has developed, we are the 5-time CCSA conference champions in a row. This makes us stand out consistently among elite competition, and there's no other school that has a beach volleyball team in the nation that has done this. We finished last year with a record of 33-6, and to brag on my coach a little bit more, she was the 2021 CCSA Coach of the Year. And the winner of the CCSA championships automatically gets a bid into the NCAA championships, which is held in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Something I really take pride in as our team is that we put ourselves in a position to succeed, and regardless of the outcome, we're always learning valuable lessons. And for our program, it's not a matter of if, but when we win a national championship, and I have a very good feeling it's going to be this year. Everywhere we go, we have a target on our backs, so we make sure that we're constantly demonstrating an unconquered mentality, knowing that no challenge is too great for us to accomplish when we put our minds to it. My teammates have become my sisters, and the culture of belonging and pride and community makes me want to stay here forever. And as tempting as that is, I know graduating is something that's going to come up soon, and I guess the silver lining to that is that I will be able to return as alumni and support the program that has truly invested so much in myself. As Mr. Alford also kindly mentioned, I am the president of our Student Athlete Advisory Committee. Basically, we are the voice of the student athletes. We are cohesive, we are unified, we are working together to empower each other, cultivate leadership, and promote involvement. So SAC is divided into 5 subcommittees, the first being community service, then diversity, equity, inclusion, which we call DEI, events, mental health, and marketing. Our goals for this semester are to specifically promote integration of student athletes within the athletic department and outside. COVID did really set us back a few years. I was the last generation to experience a golden knoll, and here I am a senior. So that's one of the events that we're really excited to put on this semester and hopefully send these seniors out with a bang. We're also working on expanding our diversity boundaries, and we have a really cool event coming up called the Champions Adjust Run Club run event with Charlie Doan. And Charlie is super inspiring. He has cerebral palsy, but he doesn't let that stop him, and he likes to run laps around the stadium. So something that we have worked on is creating a run club that just goes with Charlie and runs, and we have one of those coming up in a few weeks. And then the last one that we're really also trying to enhance the conversation for is destigmatizing mental health. Obviously, there's a lot that goes on in the student-athlete lifestyle, and often people are they feel like it's a burden, so we're trying to make sure that everybody knows that there is a safe space for conversations to be held when the time is crucial. And I also was going to mention the food drive, but AD Alfred stole my thunder, so that's okay. But we did beat Miami, so that's cool. The food drive in November wouldn't have been able to happen without my experience as an ACC SAC member. I actually got to meet Sydney, who is the University of Miami SAC president, and that's how we coordinated the drive. And when I went to this event, it was truly such an empowering group of student athletes, and the atmosphere was so electric and energetic that I'll just never forget it. Something kind of cool that I think that this group has done was we drafted a letter calling for national NIL legislation to decrease discontinuities across the states, and each president from the respective SAC committees sent letters to their state's congressmen and women. And so to put the student and student athlete, my major has taken me down some pretty cool paths, and I've been able to do some really interesting projects. My IDEA research grant was with my teammate Erin, and what we did was we used OpenPose and YOLO V5 to extract quantitative biometric data about beach volleyball. And I'm also currently working on a senior design team in association with the Hanger Clinic to develop a knee, ankle, foot orthotic that will passively stretch ankle contractures and misalignments. And then a few more fun facts about me. I love offshore fishing. I just recently got into rock climbing, and I love wakeboarding. And thank you so much for letting me tell a little bit about myself. I will be happy to answer some questions if you guys have any.
Anybody have any questions or comments to Jenna? Yeah, how do you find time to study?
Good question. I ask myself that on the daily. Making sure that I really structure my time, giving myself an hour for each class, and also making sure that I take the time to eat, which is really important because often we're really, really tired. So being present with all of my time and making sure that when I actually am there, I'm doing the work to my fullest as opposed to kind of being distracted. It's best if I focus completely so that I can maximize my efforts.
Jenna, thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate it. We're honored by your presence. How about, can you tell us a day in life?
A day in the life. Okay, well, this morning I woke up at 7, called my parents and practiced for this presentation. And then I went to conditioning and then practice, and then I went home. If I were in a normal day, I would be in my 2 classes, and then I would be finishing off with the 6:15 p.m. class, and then studying afterwards, and hopefully getting some good night's rest.
It's amazing. It's like 2 jobs.
I just want to point out, Jenna, with your leadership, especially with SAC, she works really hard and diligently to expand student-athlete representation across campus. My Chief of Staff, Sophia, has worked a lot with SAC, and we recently highlighted women's in sports, and I just cannot thank you enough for your leadership. And the one thing I will add as, the ending comment is, if you can teach my team how to throw a volleyball, I would want you on my team, okay? Because you're amazing.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's an honor.
Any other questions? Any other comments? You have 15 seconds to tell A.D. Alford what beach volleyball needs that it doesn't have?
A bathroom.
Bathroom.
Yep.
Wow, that's pretty harsh, A.D. Alford. I mean, wow.
No, tough crowd. We have some really cool plans for a 6th court, and I say that jokingly. We share a facility with the track, so it's everything's super concentric and really local, so that's easy. I just say that lightheartedly.
Last thing I'll say is it never occurred to me when I was a student to even have the mentality of being present with my time. So blown away. Thank you. Thank you for what you do for FSU and Go Noles.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's a tough follow there.
It's a tough follow. It's going to be a tough follow every board meeting because.
I suggest they go.
Better put up pictures here.
Do you have wakeboarding pictures?
No,
No?
no.
Okay.
No, don't have those. But we truly do have over 550 just amazing stories. And just to be able to sit down with them and talk to them and talk to the student athletes about what their goals and aspirations are is truly amazing. And I want to thank VP Clark for assisting us in reopening the FIG, because Jenna will tell you what a difference that's making. And I can tell you all student athletes have come up and thanked us so much for getting that, because it allows them the opportunity to get together again that they haven't had in many years. So I appreciate you, VP Clark. Just quickly on our department success in the fall, you see in 2021, we had a 3.114 GPA. We graduated 25 total graduates, 22 undergrad. Of the 22, 3 former student athletes graduated through a degree completion program, and 3 master's awards were awarded, degrees were awarded, and we also are currently have an 85% graduation rate of our student athletes. We are currently, after the fall semester, 9th in the Learfield Directors Cup. We finished top 12, 8 of the last 12 years. So all of our programs are really doing well and having looking forward to a great spring semester, as many of our sports are currently ranked. As I mentioned earlier, we're always going to be fundraising because that is the lifeblood of what the resources we're able to provide the student athletes. So just a quick update, 61% on annual fund, 61% we're towards our revenue goal, 44% towards our membership goal. We've been able to get 740 new members to the boosters. And Julie will tell you, we have the largest alumni base in the ACC. I was in Dallas last night with Coach Norvell and talking to our Dallas alumni, and we've never been. We had over 100 people there, some great donors to our program currently who maybe come to a game a year, don't come at all, but continue to support our student athletes. And that is our vision of making sure that our donor base understands that you don't have to own tickets to give to the program, so we can provide the resources to our student athletes. But we have the largest alumni base, but only 2% give back to athletics. So that ranks us about 5th in the ACC under my latest calculations. Coaches Clubs, which is an amazing process. We reached our goal already this year at $2.5 million. A former men's tennis athlete, Christian Gonzalez-Mendez, heads that up and has done a marvelous job. And then we got many coaches that really go out in the community and engage our fan base, and they represent our university and sharing their vision and our vision as a department, and do a great job at asking for support and partnership from the current community and donors and alumni alike. You can see right there the revenue by sport and how many members. We've reached our goal, even though we're still about 200 members shy. So people are really stepping up in the Coaches Club. Fundraising success. You can see the annual fund. We've already reached our cash report fiscal year to date, ahead of last year's year to date by a little bit over $1 million, and up over 2020, of course. And then we're still doing Unconquered, even though we're not out actively soliciting. People are still coming in and providing to the Unconquered campaign, and right now our total sets at $116 million. If you remember, we finished, it was a 5-year project. The rate was 100, and we did it in about 2.5 years.
Facility project updates. Fundraising is going very well for our football facility. We currently have in pledges $53 million. Working with Chairman Collins and Vice President Clark, currently reviewing various different financial models to put a shovel in the ground, and people are really excited when we go out, and it's a daily discussion topic, and we actually have about 50 million right now in asks out in the community that we're continuously trying to close those gifts. Of course, the stadium, working with the stadium, is going very well right now. The enhancements have been well received from our donors who we've invited to go through the preview center. If you remember, we're doing that in a very systematic approach of going donor by their rank, and we've only taken about 70 donors through there right now, but we've had very good success in securing funds for that project. Locker room project, made possible by some donors, very generous donors, will be completed March 18th. It's going on right now, and it's really going to, the update and the technology and the space that will allow our coaches to perform and players to perform at a higher level within that space is really going to be something that sets us apart. Just got off the phone with Coach Ham talking about this project. We're in design phase right now. Another generous donor has made this possible, but we have not updated our recruiting path in basketball since 2011. And the timeline ended at 2011 on the path, so it was time to maybe touch that up a little bit. So I went out and talked to some donors, and they gave us some gifts to make this possible. So we're just now in the design phase of this project. But one thing I talk about when I talk to our coaches is what is the recruiting path? What is the first 5 steps of someone entering our facility or any facility? Because that's when a determination or perception is going to be made. So we're really working on what we can do to clean up the grounds, to really make something really special out of the areas that we do have as patrons and recruits and fans enter our facilities. Something I'm proud to say, we set off just last year to upgrade our facility project with a softball video board and a soccer video board. We've raised just shy of $1.4 million right now, and date of installation for both those projects will be the summer of '22. Doak Campbell Stadium, we're going around and have the new Dunlap Champions Club. There will be a new Renegade Club in that south end zone where the band used to sit. Will be a club and go up to the Renegade Club. So we're doing some renovations there that will increase revenue within that facility. Also, the new Dunlap Champions Club is open Monday through Friday and has been very well received by our new concessions partner in Legends. With that, any questions that you may have for me?
Anybody have any questions? I'm going to put Craig, Trustee Mateer on the spot here because he played basketball here. I'm going to go to Trustee Weatherford next. But when you talk about the recruiting path, Trustee Mateer, and you talk about the facilities and the things that we're upgrading, I know you're involved in all that. What would you say about what we're doing there and what we need to do there and how we're going about it?
I think you really just need to listen to the coach. That's their job, and give them the bandwidth, the opportunity. You know, we had a little trouble getting Coach Ham's contract done and things like that. I think it's focusing on those issues, giving Michael the opportunity to give them the tools that they need because they're the experts at what's going on. They know how to make an 18 or 19-year-old see things that they want them to see, and that's really kind of my thoughts.
And I know Trustee Weatherford, again, as a former student athlete, you and I have had some conversations about the football facility, whether it's the equipment room or the locker room. I'm really excited to see the renderings from the locker room. I'd like us to go see it. But they started that right after, I think the day after the last home game. But, you know, you were an athlete here. Not much is different over there, right?
Chairman, I think we had a really good discussion, and I'm really encouraged J.D. Alford to see all the progress that's being made. And I really think it's important. It's probably hard for some of us to appreciate how valuable, right, what a locker room looks like, or what a weight room looks like, or what what the training room looks like. But they spend a lot more time in all those facilities than they do anywhere else. So, there's an old saying, if you look good, you feel good, you play good. And that matters. It matters in recruiting. It matters in performance. And, like Board Member Matier said, I really do believe the coaches have their finger on the pulse, and we just need to do our best to give them the resources they need. The last time that I was on campus, I did have an opportunity to go over into the equipment room, into the weight room, and into the training facility. And to your point, not much had really changed. Like, there's some lipstick put on, but to a certain degree, it was actually had degressed from when I was here, which was, I'm one of the younger people on the board, but it was still quite a long time ago that I played here. So I'm really encouraged. And one thing that I was going to bring up from a fundraising perspective, because all this takes money, and I think this would be helpful on the foundation side, but also on the booster side, is when there are, and I don't know how we do this, Chairman, but when there are asks made, I feel like the best thing we can do is be informed of those, because I don't want to be cultivating a relationship with somebody and you've already asked and we're tripping over each other. So if we can figure out a way for us to be in the know about who is being asked, because sometimes all it takes is one other relationship to get someone to say yes to $10 million.
Right.
So both for the boosters and for the alumni, I personally would love to be informed of when those asks go out so that I can be helpful and lean in if I have the relationships to do so.
Great point.
Good point.
Great point. Anybody have?
We updated we have the new DSO agreement we all read about. I'd like to make a restricted gift to replace the carpeting in the Student Services Center on the fourth floor of the athletic building, because it looks like a crime scene, honestly. Like, the stains they're disgusting. And I can't imagine just walking through there. What if you fell down? You had to, touch it. It would be horrible. So I will pay for that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just, he's buying the carpet. You heard him, right? Let's
Yeah,
get it.
I don't
Let's get
forget
it
that
done.
kind of thing.
Well, I think you said
in the minutes.
Let's get it done.
In the minutes.
Okay.
It could be marble, maybe we,
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah, please.
I know in your prior position in the boosters, you and I had this conversation. I just want to reiterate, I guess a Florida State non-athlete woman, right? You still want to give back, but the boosters is very geared at football, coming to the football games, and you started changing that. And even coming up to the games from Miami is a nightmare, and you started being creative of how to do that. And we have these women's sports, we have all these other things we do, and I have been part of a booster, I've come off the boosters, and it's because of that. And I think if we continue to market, again, I know I sound like a broken record player, the whole thing, we're going to appease to different people, and they're going to stick around throughout. Miami-Dade County is a huge alumni base for us. Getting up here for a Florida State game is really hard and really expensive. So we got to continue to do what you're doing is all I'm asking, because it really started to resonate and make a difference.
Just so you know, I'm going to put you on a committee. You just don't know it yet.
Okay.
We're having we've met for the first time about a major women's athletics fundraising initiative and campaign. So that is coming.
It's great.
Happy to do it.
It's great. We need it. Anybody else have any other questions for AD Alford? Yes,
I
go
do
ahead.
have a question, and this will probably happen every time we have a meeting like this, but I'm curious to get your latest thoughts on NIL.
Oh.
And
go ahead.
Do we have time?
Yeah.
Yeah, and just kind of educate us on where things are, state of play today, and where you see them headed.
Chairman and I spent some time up on the Hill meeting with various representatives, giving our viewpoints. And legal office has done an unbelievable job of assisting us in looking at the bill that's going in front of the House right now.
Yeah, Craig went up with us, right? Craig Miller.
Craig Miller.
Yeah.
He was here.
Oh, he left.
He
All
left. And talking to various representatives and just laying out what other states are doing. I'm sad to say that I know more about this bill, having chaired the NIL for the last 2 years to the NCAA, but that I care to know, and I've talked to more congressmen than I care to. Don't put that in the minutes, by the way. But it's been great to
just met with a U.S. Senator on it.
Just met with a U.S. Senator on it for 3 hours, and who's thinking about putting a bill in front of Congress. and really just laying out the timeframe of what I am 100% behind the NIL, 100%. There does need to be some guardrails to some degree. We've submitted some to the NCAA of what we thought they should be, our committee, and we'll see where it goes. We have a call next Wednesday on national call again on it to get an update of where it's going with our group of 6. So it's all for it. I think I'm anxious to see where this bill goes and see, because at Florida really we're a little bit, it's a great bill, but we can't compete with what our competitors in other states can do at this moment.
Yeah, there's going to be some challenges to the bill. There's some leadership up on the Capitol that doesn't really like it, and it comes from, they just don't want players to get paid, which is, fine. But that horse has left the barn, and so we're doing a lot of lobbying, and as Mike said, we've met with a bunch of people up there. One thing that I would say, and that's lost in all of this, is everybody thinks NIL is just it's a money thing. Well, the universities want to be involved because they want to, be able to facilitate the payment. Well, that's part of it, but these are real contracts, these NIL deals, right? These are 17 or 18-year-old kids. They don't know anything about this kind of contract. So somebody needs to provide some support for the law school. We'll talk to the dean about it, but the law school, somebody needs to provide counseling on this, right? The person who is doing the NIL deal from a business standpoint really doesn't know much about it. The athlete doesn't know much about it, and the person facilitating it is sort of ad hoc, not affiliated with the university. And it's almost, I said this in some remarks the other night, it's almost as if you get to an NIL deal and it works out, you got lucky, right? We need to do part of this legislation is for us to be better for our student athletes, right? It's not just about helping them get more money than some other school is going to get them. It's really doing the right thing by these athletes.
We can educate them through our Apex program, but we can't be there to help advise or facilitate through the process. And that's really what other states are allowing their representatives to go do.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I bring it up is I really do think it's an important topic for the board to be aware of, because it can make the difference between, us getting back to where we want to be and sports where we're not, and maintaining where we are in sports where we want to be or not, truthfully. And so I'm all in favor of the university helping facilitate. From personal experience, I didn't pay a health bill, utility bill, or buy groceries my whole time in college, right? So no offense to student athletes, but you're pretty catered to, and you don't have a lot of real life experience, let alone dealing with legal contracts, right? So, there definitely needs to be some help and guidance provided by the universities.
Well, we're going to have some meetings tomorrow with legislators, and this will be one of the things that Clay has on our talking points.
Chairman, if I can make
Yeah.
a comment, it will be twofold. One is you bring up really good points, and the thing I would emphasize, especially about financial literacy, taxes, and how that becomes a part of the conversation, again, for a lot of young folks who are going into this. And then the second piece is our international students that are absolutely impacted by NIL. Some of our teams are majority compromised of international students. Tennis being one of them, from abroad, soccer abroad, right? And right now with the current legislation, again, there's parameters that we have to take into consideration about what that means with our recruiting efforts and who we would potentially lose opportunity to because of where we are right now.
Great point.
Thank you, A.D.
Thank
Alford.
you, Chairman.
Vice Chairman Sasser, we're going to take about 5-minute break here. So if you want to call back in or just come back in about 5 minutes, we'll let everybody have a break here, and then we'll get back at it. Let you have a break, too. Yeah.
Oh, well.
Thank you.
Hey, by the way.
It's tough.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I told Jen, I'm like, well, I asked if you want to fly back with us. He said, Vinnick's going back. I might go with Vinnick. Oh.
Certification, Bob, on our
On the,
performance-based funding audit. Thank you very much.
thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
However, yeah.
All right. Welcome back, Trustee Sasser. Next is Academic Affairs. Trustee De Las Cuevas Diaz. And I think she has a special guest as well.
Thank you so much. Before I get into the program, we had a meeting a couple weeks ago, but we had our new provost attend with us. We miss Sally and still send our prayers for her every day, but excited to really continue to grow what the provost office has already done. And I always want to thank the staff, because without them, I would be lost. So thank you for everything you guys do every single time. I did keep it in a timely manner this time, Peter, so I did not go over our allotted time in this meeting.
Did you allot yourself like 4 hours?
No,
And that's how you didn't do it?
I think we did it in an hour and a half, and I was like
Wow.
moving my house in the interim, but it all worked out. Somehow we figure it out. So when we met, we reviewed to approve the Explorer and creation of 3 academic degree programs. I don't know if you guys remember, in our last meeting, we talked about programs that we should not be doing, either because it was an interest or because it should be a master's. So this was programs that the provost's office believes we should be at least exploring and adding. So we're going to talk a little bit about it so that we can vote on them, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
So the approval, we did 3, if I'm correct. Approval to explore the MS in Physical Environmental Science. It's a master's degree in the Department of Earth Science and Atmospheric Science. Definitely could not do that myself, but happy we have that. 2 tracks. There's a thesis track for students aspiring on doctoral degree in physical environmental science, and a project track for those seeking employment as an environmental scientist. We'll draw on the experience of current faculty within the EOAS, so we're not bringing in new faculty as of right now. Based on the proposed classification of the instructional program code, or commonly referred to as the CIP code, this program is in line with the Florida Board of Governors areas of strategic emphasis, specifically the STEM designation, which we all know is very important. We also had the approval to explore the MS in climate solutions. If it's okay, can I take them all together to vote at the end?
We put these in the consent agenda.
So we're good. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Sorry, my oversight.
No problem.
I
I asked your permission before we did that.
You did. You did. I had a blonde moment. It happens. Approval to explore MS and climate solutions. We're cutting-edge multidisciplinary degree. It's a College of Social Science and Public Policy. Will be collaborating with the FAMU FSU College of Engineering, the Department of Earth, Ocean, and Atmospheric Science, and the College of Communication and Information, and the Jim Moran College of Entrepreneurship. Moran, sorry. Based on the proposed CIP code, this program should align with the Florida Board of Governors and strategic emphasis, specifically the STEM designation as well. And then lastly, the approval to explore the PhD in nursing. I can't remember which one we took out, and I think it might have been a master's in nursing, because this is more where we saw our students going. So this is the second piece to what we voted on in our last meeting. As stated in the proposed document, we'll prepare nurse scholars who will contribute significant new knowledge to the science of nursing, address the factors influencing the health of diverse populations, will help meet the urgent demand for academic faculty in the nursing field by adding to the pool of PhD-prepared nursing faculty to grow capacity of nursing programs. Also, based on the CIP code, this program aligns with the Florida Board of Governors' strategic emphasis, specifically the health designations. So these are the three that we are exploring to add. And then there was one that we are terminating, which is the termination of the Masters of Science in Nurse Anesthesia. This is similar to the action that was approved by the board in November to terminate the Masters in Nursing. There we go. The reason for the termination was in the professional standard now requires doctors of nursing practice. Similarly, the Masters of Science in Nurse Anesthesia is being replaced by the professional doctorate in the nurse anesthesia practice, which has also become the standard for professional practice in this field. The last cohort of the students in the MS in nurse anesthesia was admitted in summer of 2019 and will complete their degree in fall of 2022. This board voted to approve the implementation of the doctorate in the nursing anesthesia practice as a February 11, 2020 BOT meeting. The DNAP, which is the Doctorate in Nurse Anesthesia program, has approximately 60 students currently enrolled, and another 30 will be admitted this summer for a total of 90 students. The faculty currently teach in both programs, so terminating the master level of the degree will have no impact to their employment. Any questions before I go on?
Anybody have any questions? Nope.
Okay. Just on that, I want to go back. The staff is instrumental. We have these committee meetings, and there's a lot of information that we don't have the knowledge. And when asked, we have all the information in front of us to make sure that we're not blindly doing either adding, exploring, or terminating. So I feel very confident in them, and thank you again. Last time, I was properly informed of this short-term regulation for 2.023 Public Records Uniform Change Procedure. We voted on a 90-day extension to this procedure so that we can look into what we needed to do, and I'll tell you a little bit more. We now have reviewed in the committee appears that today's consent agenda was regulation amendment FSU 2.023 Public Records Uniform Charge Procedure. So now it's official. In the November board meeting, like I told you, the board authorized this change as an emergency regulation to be effectively immediately under the BOG regulation procedures. The need for this emergency regulation was to provide immediate enhanced ability for system protection. As an emergency regulation became effective for 90 days, the request for approval is to amend the regulation under normal notices and adoption procedures. The amendment adds university email addresses to the university's definition of directory information. What was going on, and if I'm incorrect, staff, please help me, is that we needed to, they were trying to merge particular emails. And what was happening is, if I was a student, I had my student email, but if I then worked with a professor, I might have had another email, and then the emails weren't collaborated as one. So we had to figure out how you were one person, not even if you had 3 titles for, say, at the university level. We also have this whole thing of public records requests. So yes, by doing this, these emails are now part of this public record request by being a state university, but there was really no way around it. But the system, as I know it, has officially been done and has normal procedures, and we are now one person, if I'm correct? Okay. So that is what we have adopted, this regulation, to allow us to have that procedure in order. So that, for example, if a professor is sending a student an email, they're not getting it because technically you're looking at the other email when they were wearing their whatever employment hat they might have in the university. The last thing I want to talk about is admissions.
Vivian, before you move on, was there a cyber benefit to it as well?
Anybody answer that question? I don't know.
Cyber benefit.
Just
Is there a cyber benefit?
security benefit to consolidating?
Yes, it reduced our cyber security risk by reducing the number of accounts that can be compromised.
Got it, yeah, great, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. So as we do in that last meeting where we went over the 3 hours, we didn't this time, but we did talk about admissions. they're in it. I mean, it is the nuts and bolts of what's, all these applications are going on. We had the Academic Affairs Committee. We had John Barnhill, Associate Vice President of Enrollment Management, to share what was going on in the landscape. I'll give you some bullets. One of the things that I found very interesting, because we're talking about how we need more student housing, and we do, I'm not saying we don't, but one of the things that Mr. Barnhill believes is that it's expected to decline in the population of college-age students. So that the decline in the birth rate is projected to impact college admissions beginning in the year 2026. Okay, but we're, you know, among the top 10 largest states, Florida is the only state projecting growth of this student population, and other states have already begun to see their numbers of students declining. What does that mean? They're gonna come after our students. They're gonna come to Florida. So we really have to start thinking about how we're recruiting and how we're keeping those in this state to come to universities within this state, because that will be, I believe, one of our biggest challenges that he brought to the table, which was very interesting to me. It's already happening. One of the comments that I want to make sure I tell you guys is that the other states have stationed recruiters in Florida already. So it's not like this is waiting till 2026. They're here, they're recruiting our people. We need to make sure that they're staying here. So in the increase in the Florida students, we will need to be more strategic than ever. You will hear a little bit on the provosts, on the undergraduate applications. I know I have the number 60,000, but I remember in our meeting, we were almost at 71,000 applications as of 3 weeks ago. Yes, there's the Common App. Yes, let's talk about, I don't care, give it 30,000 people are really not gonna come here and are doing it as their safe school. Those are just ridiculous numbers. Last year, we had the largest class ever. The goal is to go down by 1,000, give or take. I think we were at 7,200. I think we're looking at 6,200. I might be misquoting on the end, but I'm getting a thumbs up over there. So, you know, it's incredibly competitive. One of the things that we did discuss, and I know we're gonna bring admissions back to this committee once they're done and they can all breathe after March, is how do we not change the culture of the school, right? So when you're getting these GPAs, which are the highest ever, test scores which are the highest ever, I know that the professors are very happy because they're seeing it in their classrooms, but you know, we can't forget what this university has done for many of us and many others as first-gen students and giving those opportunities, and that's a delicate balance that we're gonna have to continue to do while we fight with the rankings and have the right people. So it's a wonderful problem to have if we're able to navigate it and remember who we are and not lose our identity, would be my 2 cents.
Can I say something about that real quick?
Sure.
Trustee? I give Trustee Janvier credit for this. One of the first conversations that she and I had was about the changing demographics over the years of our student body. And I won't get into all the numbers, but it's amazing. Not just the test scores and the GPAs are changing the types of students who we're having, but it's also changing dramatically demographically who's coming here. And that changes culture and that changes who Florida State is. And, you know, on one hand, we're chasing rankings, right? And it's going to get harder and harder and harder. And like you said, Vivian, it's great to have that many people applying, and we can be that selective. But we are, some of these people, we are being outcompeted for by universities outside of the state. Because if demographically we have a certain demographic that does have those test scores and does have those GPAs, they are highly, highly sought after, right? And sometimes it's not something that we're doing poorly. It's just something somebody else is just doing better, and they're going after them and they're paying for them. The president was talking about, you know, doubling the size of the presidential scholars, and we've got our CARE program, and we've got a lot of other things that we have to keep in mind. But it's happening, and it's happening. It's happened pretty dramatically over the last 10 or 15 years already, and we just have to be careful, like you said, how much it changes going forward.
Absolutely. And again, and I think these numbers are wonderful, but I don't want to pretend that everybody knows about the honors program and the president's program and the CARE program, because they don't. So although we're getting these numbers, Is it a little bit because of the Common App? That's just my opinion. But it's not necessarily because we're putting our story out there. And when we are competing for those top echelon students, which are just as important, we want to keep our culture, but we want the top echelon students, our story really matters, because that might make the difference on them coming here versus somewhere else. So again, I sound like a broken record player, but I'll continue to say that. So unless you guys have any other comments, I would like to have our provost, Jim Clark, present to us for the first time.
Welcome, Provost.
Thank you.
Sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
What's that?
It sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It does. I'm honored to be here and hope I can keep up with the pace, Mr. Chairman. Vivian, thank you so much for that cogent presentation, and we're very excited to be working with you and with Catherine, Deborah, and Eric on the committee. We've had a very good meeting. It was under 4 hours. I think it was under 2 hours, actually, with a lot of complex data. But I'm looking forward to our partnership. First of all, I just want to tell you I'm very excited to be here at my first Board of Trustees meeting. I've been an observer for many years and never imagined I'd be at this podium in this role. So I want to thank a few people, my family, especially my wife Liz, my college, the College of Social Work, faculty and staff that really have been behind me since I was hired here in 2015. They're wonderful people. I owe a lot to them. I want to thank this amazing team that our wonderful Provost Sally McRory put together. What an amazing team. And they have done everything to try to idiot-proof this job so far, and I'm trying to crack that, but so far they've been very good. And the President's Cabinet, been wonderful, a supportive group of people and super smart. And most of all, I want to thank President McCullough for selecting me and putting his faith and trust in me. This is a very tough job, but the best perk of the entire job is to be able to work with Rick McCullough, who's an amazing leader. And I knew when he was hired he was amazing, but getting to know him personally, working with him every day, it's just an incredible experience. So I'm very grateful to him. Basically what I'm going to do in this talk is to discuss admissions, the online graduate program rankings, student and faculty awards, research centers, and partnership. About me, basically, I've been here since 2015, which makes me still new in Florida State University terms. Sally McRory hired me to come to the College of Social Work and had a wonderful 6.5 years as dean there, and have worked with many of you on the board and certainly many of you in this room on a variety of different projects. One of the things that probably is good to know about me is I'm originally from upstate New York, but I've spent my entire adult life in either Kentucky and now in Florida. So I've chosen the southeastern United States as my home and fell in love with the South, and spent 21 years at the University of Kentucky, and never thought I would leave there, but events conspired to send me to the University of Cincinnati as director of their social work program, and to do a turnaround there and build research and graduate programming there, and then the opportunity to come to Florida State University arose. And when I made my campus visit down here, very much like what President McCullough always says, is you get down here and you're just overwhelmed by not only the warmth of the people here and the beauty of the campus, but just by the excellence everywhere. As Joe Schlenoff, the professor of chemistry, says, there's excellence everywhere at Florida State University. And when you come here, you realize that, and you also realize
the other side of it, which is how few people in the United States know what an incredible place this is. And I'm joining the president in pledging that that will change, that we want the excellence of Florida State University to be a household understanding in the United States and internationally. And I think we can do it because the hard part is done, which is the fact we have excellence here, and we have so much to build on. Another part of my background, I was, as a faculty member, I was also a researcher, did a lot of work in the area of children's trauma and built a research center at UK, a Center for Trauma and Children. Also, with my wife, opened a private sector business that was focused on working with children, and kind of a crazy idea of actually having a for-profit business that served children and families. But we were able to do that and make it profitable. We had to go to the state with a for-profit contract because they had never written a contract for a for-profit business. So I learned what many of you on the board know, and the president, how easy it is to open a business, and then the trick is how to keep solvent and how to be successful in business. So there were many nights lying awake wondering if we were going to make payroll and learning all the wonderful regulations that a small business. But we ended up, after 8 years, selling the business to a larger concern. It was a huge learning experience for me that I think I apply every single day, and my staff, my team will tell you I ask these strange questions that probably come more from my private sector experience than sometimes my university administrative experience. The other piece of what I did that was important was I was very involved in research around forensics. So spent a lot of time in court and then studying judicial processes, criminal justice and civil justice processes. So that has been a very, very important part of my background that I value. And I guess the horses there explain themselves. The president always kids me because I often have lots of ties with horses on them. So I wear this type of tie or a horse tie usually. I think before I get into admissions, I just want to give you a couple of impressions of being in the job for a month. First of all, Sally McRory did an amazing job as provost, and as I said, developed a team that if I was going out to hire right now, I don't think I could improve on. We're working together right now to ask fresh questions about everything we're doing. We're asking about, are we organized in the most effective way? Are there things we can do that will build efficiencies, that will build greater impacts in what we're doing? So over the next couple months, we're going to be looking at that and analyzing that. And also, I'm asking the deans to help me as well. As a recent dean, I've only not been a dean for the last month, I have a lot of respect for the Dean's Council and my fellow deans who've been so fantastic to me as I've changed this into this role. But I challenged them the other day to figure out how can we make the Dean's Council truly more representative shared governance? How can we take some of the best intellects in the United States and really turn them to do the analytics on the problems and challenges we face as Florida State University? So that's going to be, I think, a powerhouse of intellectual capital that we're going to be able to draw on in the years ahead. And I'm appreciative of their generosity and their intense interest to be involved. And I know we'll be talking more to the board about this as we move forward. I think that one of the things I discovered during the provost selection process, which was pretty intense, 6-week process, was just how interested all of campus is in having conversations. And I think this has been the policy of this board and Chair Collins, is to open up as many lines of conversation as possible. And the president has modeled this in everything he does. And I think this is where our superpower is the people of Florida State University. They want to contribute. They want to share their insights. They are incredibly also patient and understanding that things take time in terms of meaningful change, and they're willing to work with us and work through those issues with us. So continuing conversations to really reach out to students, to reach out to faculty and staff and listen to their concerns, but also listening to their ideas for innovation. At the same time, we have a wonderful community that, and we've talked about alumni a lot today, especially when we were talking about athletics, but there's just as much interest in the academic side of the house by our alumni. Everybody on the board is successful in their profession and in their business, and what I find consistent with the board and the community is the fact they want Florida State to be greater and greater in the academic offerings and in the kind of faculty and staff that we attract here. So that is certainly an important source of wisdom that we can tap on. And when I say community, I don't only mean North Florida and Tallahassee, although they're crucial and they're our home. But I think, as represented by this board, our home is at least the entire state of Florida. And we have footprints all over the state. One of the things that I really have appreciated is the fact that through a lot of our programs, and I would include social work in this, certainly the College of Medicine and other programs, we're all over Florida. We are making impacts in all kinds of communities. And probably what we need to do, and Vivian and I have talked a lot about this, is how do we make those meaningful connections all over the state? How do we tell the Florida State University story, but then also how do we listen to our constituencies that are all over this great state? And to be honest, in doing that, thinking about our alumni and about our strategic partners across the country, you'll note more and more part of the achievements in academics and research are not only Florida-based, but nationally and internationally based. So we have opportunities to develop strategic partnerships, to be more intentional in our work with people who are interested in what we're doing at Florida State and want to be our partners, and creating that not only one front door, but many doors for people to come in and have these conversations, and to think through how do we work together. The President talked about MTX Visit, which was powerful for a number of reasons, but one of them was just how many people from all over campus were part of that visit. And we showed them Florida State University. We didn't have to coach. We did not have to do anything extraordinary. We just gave them the opportunity to have conversations with our faculty and our students. And I think, as the President referenced that evening, we had an incredible dinner where they were just overwhelmed emotionally about what they saw in just a single day here. So I just wanted to communicate how committed I am to working closely with you and with the President and the entire Cabinet as we move Florida State forward. And it's a very exciting time to be here, and I'm honored to be a part of this. In terms of admissions, Vivian described it very well, with over 70,000 applications, and the final deadline is March 1st, so we anticipate that the number will continue to grow until the final deadline. Expect to be receiving calls around February 17th, because there's going to be a first round of decisions released on the 17th, a couple days after Valentine's Day. We're continuing to attract top students from around Florida, the U.S., and beyond, and we're among the most popular institutions in the nation and the highest in Florida. Yet what Vivian just said is really important, is when we think about the volume of applications, there's something to celebrate there, but we also have to be very careful about drilling down and understanding the fact that that does not preclude the need to be carrying the message about the amazing programming here. And I think in terms of intentionally thinking through what does our student body look like, what should it be moving forward is going to be crucial. In terms of culture, as Chair Collins said, the culture of Florida State University is absolutely crucial. You know, Peter Drucker said, as important as strategy is, culture eats strategy for breakfast every day. And that's what drives this place, is this incredible culture. Our graduate applications are looking very, very strong. We're on track to be near or to set a new record for graduate applications, with already nearly 12,000 applications submitted for next fall. We've done so well, and part of it is the amazing march to the rankings that John Thrasher and Sally McRory oversaw, and that many people in this room made possible, and the Board of Trustees before this board. Our next challenge is going to be around being known and being recognized as a very strong, if not one of the very best in the world, research institutions. Graduate students are absolutely crucial for that. Graduate education is so important, and part of what we are going to be challenged with this administration is maintaining the very, very strong gains that we've done in undergraduate education while really focusing a lot on graduate education. And that's at the master's and doctoral level and postdoctoral level. If you talk to anybody doing serious research in any field, the need for strong graduate students and postgraduate students is crucial for success. So this is something we'll be spending a lot of time thinking through. And Dean Mark Riley has done a wonderful job thinking about and implementing recruiting innovations, and we'll be doing a lot more of that. I'm not going to go through all the online graduate program rankings because the president went through that. I would say that those are the headlines, but we've got so many specializations that are also doing extremely well. And one of the things that we need to do, and that we'll continue to do over the next few weeks, is to share stories, hopefully pushing them out nationally about our students in these online programs. Online education is, and I'll talk about graduate education right now, online education is something that we have to be laser focused on moving forward. Sometimes when I've listened to conversations, for example, at the BOG, it's kind of been touted as, well, this is a second best type of experience. But we can't think about it that way. We're living in a world where the web and online activity is crucial to the identity and the reputation of every business that's taken seriously. And it's the same way in higher education. The wonderful thing about online graduate experience and education, and I got involved in this a lot at the University of Cincinnati when I was there for 3 years, is the opportunity to innovate and to use new technologies that online education really requires in order to create a special experience for students. We also know that many online students can become just as identified with Florida State University as a person that is attending brick and mortar, if we are intentional about how we do it. So for example, in the College of Social Work, we would have a couple of on-campus weekends. And we were told by the company, do not add this as a requirement or you'll lose your clientele. And so, but we had very stubborn faculty who were talking about excellence in clinical training, and we brought our first cohort in of about 100 students in the program. And at the end of it, we surveyed them, and we found 100% of them endorsed the fact that they would like to have another weekend soon, because they came to campus and they loved being on campus, and they were able to talk and be with professors and be with their fellow students. So there's all kinds of interesting approaches to online programming that we can look at and be creative with and continue with our excellence in this area. I think in the end, any event that I've ever been at with Florida State, and we saw it again today, is when you bring students out, they totally steal the show, because this is what we're all here for, is for excellence in education and what we can do to change the lives and form the wonderful minds and hearts of our students here at Florida State University. So our students continue to receive top recognitions, just a few since our last meeting. 20 graduate students winning the McKnight Fellowships to support doctoral research. And I tell you that when you're a doctoral student, to get an award or a scholarship or recognition of your work is an incredible launch pad for a career. To be recognized, and also a huge morale boost to students in terms of their work. Because doing doctoral research is it's a marathon, not a sprint. We've had 8 students win Gilman scholarships from the U.S. State Department, and that program is designed to support study abroad experiences for students with high financial need. And importantly, we had 2 students selected as part of the inaugural national cohort of John Lewis Scholars and Fellows. Top faculty recognitions, and this is always hard because I think I get an email almost every day about faculty winning an award or being recognized. But here's a few that since we last convened. Criminology professor Dan Mears receiving the top honor by the Association for Criminal Justice Sciences. Musicology professor Sarah Eyerly won the Music in American Culture Award. Biology professor Brian Inouye, a fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, and Professor Timothy Baghurst from the College of Education and the coaching program was elected president of the National Association for Kinesiology in Higher Education. These are very important recognitions because, again, as we attract top faculty, as we retain our top faculty, and they win more and more national awards, it brings more honor and recognition to Florida State University. And we are very much intentional on telling the stories of these faculty and students that have these kinds of achievements. Another component, and I think you're going to be seeing more of this at meetings, is not only in terms of the individual achievements of faculty members, but the world of research and science is about team science and teamwork. And teamwork is often most intensely demonstrated in centers and institutes that are designed to bring faculty from around the university to work together and across disciplines. So I'm not going to read all of these awards, but you can see in what the Learning Systems Institute is doing, an example, is really drilling down and doing some important work in Florida, but also is doing important work in Malawi. So doing the international, our centers are doing work that span a spectrum of the local community all the way to international work. And many places, the centers and institutes are doing both, which is daunting organizationally and scientifically to pull off. And they're going to need more and more of our support and our technical assistance, and we're committed to working closely with them. Florida Center for Reading Research, when I came in 2015, I asked somebody in the Vice President for Research office, what is the most successful social science institute in terms of grants, in terms of the work they're doing? Because, of course, I immediately wanted to compete with them in social work. I wanted to build a better one, right? And then I discovered that the Florida Center for Reading Research was bringing in something like $50 million a year, and I thought, well, maybe I'm going to have to work a few more years to get to that level. But I've sat on the FCRR's board in the past at the College of Social Work, and we just won a very important Laboratory Award for the Southeast United States from the U.S. Department of Education. Highly competitive, nationally competitive, and the award's for $27 million over 5 years. This is an institute that is changing lives, and meeting some of the faculty there, they do two amazing things that I find extraordinary in a center. One is they are absolutely committed to enhancing the everyday life of children and adolescents and American families in Florida and across the United States. Secondly, they're among the most innovative people I've ever met in terms of they're exploring all kinds of educational innovations at the digital level, in terms of doing large-scale projects. There's a contract with the country of India to enhance their reading. So an amazing place. So those are just two examples, LSI and FCRR. And we're very lucky to have two great leaders of both of those institutes that I'm very proud to work with. And by the way, we are very much including the institutes and centers in our search process for a new vice president for research, because we see a new VPR being able to really understand the power of these centers and team science. Finally, we're continuing to build our work on more corporate partnerships. And last month, we announced a 5-year, $750,000 gift from the Danfoss Turbocore Company in Tallahassee. And this is going to launch new collaborative efforts with our FSU College of Engineering. I just see the sky is the limit on corporate partnerships. And the President and I spent an interesting day with visitor Eric Szilagyi from the Board of Governors, and he gave us a lot of free advice about how to do this better, and we're listening. We're listening, and the President has a lot of experience from Carnegie Mellon and Harvard on how to do this. So I think this is going to be an incredible growth area for us, but we're very grateful for this gift to help us launch our administration in terms of these new types of partnerships. So again, thank you for the opportunity to present, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Great. Any questions for Provost? I just want to say I've had a few conversations. We've had a few conversations, and I had the benefit of having a relationship before you, having a relationship before you became provost, and I think all of us are really excited, and we echo what Vivian said about Sally and what the President said about Sally. But all of us are really excited by you taking this role, and it's you got a daunting task, right? You got a few deans, and you got a lot of things to figure out. But any way any of us can help you in that, we want to. I love the comment about having a lot of people having discussions. We all need to engage, and if you're not having discussions, then you're not engaging. And so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm going to turn it over to Vivian to introduce the Dean of the College of Law and my friend Erin O'Hara O'Connor. She's an amazing person, and I think you'll hear in this introduction and then through her presentation just how lucky we are to have her as part of our team at Florida State University. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jim. So as Jim says, I'm going to take a second to introduce Erin O'Hara O'Connor, Dean of the College of Law. Part of our academic affairs update will be inviting guests like this, and she will start us off. So Dean O'Hara O'Connor is a noted scholar in several areas, including conflicts of law, arbitrations, and the law market. Prior to joining Florida State in 2016, Dean O'Hara O'Connor taught at Vanderbilt Law School, where she served as director of the Law and Human Behavior program from 2007 to 2010. Associate Dean for Academic Affairs from 2008 to 2010, and Director of Graduate Studies for the PhD program in Law and Economics from 2011 to 2016. She received her Juris Doctorate magna cum laude from Georgetown University Law Center, where she was a senior article selection editor on the Georgetown Law Journal. Upon graduating from law school, she clerked for the Chief Judge Dolores case law of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. She began her career in academia at the University of Chicago Law School and has taught at several other law schools, including Clemson, George Mason, Georgetown, and Northwestern University. Welcome, Dean, and thank you for spending time with us today.
Thank you, Trustee De Las Cuevas Diaz. I'm excited to be here today to talk to you a little bit about what's happening at the College of Law because the shape and the mission of the College of Law has altered somewhat dramatically over the last 5 years. We still do what traditional law schools do. We still train young lawyers, prepare them for the bar exam, give them rich conceptual training and lots of practical externship opportunities, and host moot court teams and fund trial teams and clinics, all those things you would expect. By the way, we do have a law and business clinic that is working with athletes on the NIL issue, and we're thrilled to do more. The clinic's mission is to help FSU students, staff, and faculty with business development ideas. But alongside that, we have taken on a really large role in helping to train business professionals who bump up more and more against compliance and liability issues. And so we're really working on workforce development for business professionals in a large way. And I know I've talked with some of you about this over the last few years. I think the reality here in Florida is we need fewer lawyers, but more business professionals who understand the compliance spaces. And that's evidenced by a lot of things, including a national decline in applications to law school by about 40% over the course of the last 15 years. So law schools are shrinking, admitting fewer students to try to keep the standards up. But yet at the same time, institutional compliance officers and folks who are dealing with compliance on a regular basis in businesses, and many of you know this from personal experience, it's really growing dramatically. So just one story, I was in Washington, D.C. and speaking with a gentleman who owns a number of banks in Miami and in Central America. And he said, you know, I have 1,200 employees in my banks. 400 are compliance officers. 1 out of every 3 bank employee is engaged in compliance. Now, a lot of them are just going to watch that screen of numbers looking for, you know, red flags, but somebody has to supervise them. Someone has to come up with a compliance program. Someone has to figure out how to deal with investigations when things go wrong, et cetera. And there hasn't really been a rigorous place to train these business professionals before law schools began to step in. And FSU was among the first, and I think we now probably have the largest educational programs in this space. So what we did was we created a master's degree. We call it the Juris Master degree. We started in 2017. It is almost exclusively online, although any student enrolled in the program is entitled to take any classes in person that they wish with us. So we have a small cohort in person. But we focus on areas where we thought that compliance and legal risk management education was most needed. And risk management means a lot of things. So here by legal risk management, we're focused on those things we cannot insure away, right? Those liabilities that can result from, and problems that can result from the way a company does its business. We formed some advisory boards, and we brought executives from corporations, healthcare, and the banking spaces to try to help us put together a conceptually rich but truly practical training experience as a master's degree. So our goal, most of our students are part-time, part-time students, but full-time working professionals. And our goal was to develop a program where practical skills and knowledge would be useful on the job by the end of the second semester with us. So students are taking 4 to 6 credit hours a semester with us over a couple-year period. And then we also wanted to know more about the soft skills. I know what the soft skills of lawyering need to look like, but it wasn't clear to us what the soft skills of compliance would need to look like. So they helped us shape the curriculum and shape some goals in the curriculum. And as of today, we have almost 600 students enrolled in our master's degree program. We actually, as of this semester, have more, by head count, more students enrolled in the master's program than we do in the JD program. And so it's changing what we think of when we think about recruiting students and faculty and programs, et cetera. We have I know the provost team can tell you, we have had an abysmal record actually meeting our student targets here at FSU. I don't think we ever met them since they were originally formed, but we were performing worse and worse over time as national applications fell. But this program has really helped us step up and meet our student enrollment targets for the College of Law. So I feel like we're doing a much better job serving the financial and educational needs of the university as a whole with this program. And it would not have been possible for us to remain as a Tier 1 law school over the last 5 years without this extra source of revenue, because those revenues are necessary to help us ensure that our JD students have the scholarship support they need to agree to come to us rather than to our competitor law schools. We've got 5 concentrations. We just, in our master's program, we just started a cybersecurity, privacy, and technology risk management program last semester, so that's new, but it's gaining in popularity quickly. And we also have a concentration in financial compliance for the bank and credit union compliance folks, a concentration in healthcare regulation, one in HR risk management, and one in contracting and legal risk management. And we deal here with people who do contract review in the business space, helping to train them, but we're also trying to work to train business professionals how to stay out of trouble with customers, employees, and third-party vendors. Our student demographics in this program are really interesting. Turns out it varies from semester to semester, but somewhere between 75 and 80% of our enrolled students are female, and nearly half are non-Caucasian. A slight majority of our students, the employer is paying for the tuition for this educational program. So this is telling us that companies are using our master's program as a way to help skill build and promote women and minorities within the business space. Of 25 to 30%, depending on semester, of enrollees are from outside of Florida, the rest inside of Florida. Very few of our students are in Tallahassee. Miami is our richest in terms of population base for cities in the program. And we have a really broad and diverse array of students in the program. Some very popular job titles in our program are compliance analysts and managers, paralegals and legal assistants, owners and consultants, financial specialists, and then in the banking and credit union space, we have a lot of chairmen or presidents or vice presidents, folks who say, we just had a huge compliance problem and I don't even know what my compliance officers are saying to me. I need to understand this better myself so that I can oversee it more effectively. Our students tell us that the diversity of different jobs in the program is extraordinarily beneficial to them in terms of networking and learning from one another. Our faculty, this is really interesting. So I needed ABA approval to start this program. I was fairly confident that our full-time law faculty would not be interested in the program because they see themselves as training future lawyers, not this other thing. So I told them, listen, I think we can largely staff these programs with high-end lawyers who are practicing law. So you need not trouble with this if you don't want to, but I do have a little extra income if you're interested. And so, of course, those faculty whose kids were in college came to me first. Yes, extra income sounds good. And what the faculty found was they learned so much more from their students in this program than they do in the JD space. They're bringing a legal expertise to the table, but they're learning a tremendous amount about what's actually happening out there in the world, and it's beginning to inform their research and their scholarly focus. So our core courses and the core courses in each of the concentrations are taught by full-time faculty, and then the more advanced courses are taught by practicing lawyers. We have been trying to recruit from some of the top law firms. We've been trying to recruit folks to come and interview our students with not as much success as I would like. So we started recruiting faculty for the master's program from those very law firms. We wanted to see more of our graduates have representation. So, and we invited lawyers, and in some cases, whole practice groups will come together and create a course for us. And here's just a list of some of the places where we've recruited. Now, in this program, we take our students who are interested in earning the law and business certificate, and we invite them to serve as TAs in these courses. They get a relationship with the faculty who are teaching and who are working at these law firms, and in a few cases, we've just started this in the last couple semesters, in a few cases that has led to the very job opportunities that we were hoping that our JD students would get. So starting to see some really effective synergies there. One of your consent items today was the naming of our new Center for Law and Business. This will be the Stoops Center for Law and Business. It results from a $1 million immediately spendable gift from Jeff Stoops and the Stoops Family Foundation. The goal of the gift is to figure out a way to really elevate the reputation at the law school in the law and business space. So we're often the #1 law school in America for public service careers, but we struggle a little bit with our reputation in law and business. We lose to UF all the time for students interested in pursuing law and business careers, notwithstanding the fact that our faculty is so much better than theirs in that space, really, truly superior. And so how do we use this center to elevate what's going on at the law school in law and business, but also to find better ways to bring together the advantages of the JM with our JD program and then expand on for future programming. We want to more effectively attract the students, also more effectively attract and retain top faculty in the business law space and get those better jobs. The Law and Business Clinic, which is doing name and image likeness work, one limitation we have there is that the faculty member who runs the clinic cannot do patent law, is not a member of the patent bar. And so one of our goals is to raise enough revenue through activities for the center to be able to expand that clinic out and bring a new faculty member in who can help us occupy that patent law space, which given what the university is wanting to do with business startups, et cetera, I think could be particularly valuable to the university. Lots of other goals we want to, ways that we want to move forward. Our next steps, and I want to talk with you because many of you on this board may be able to give us some ideas for helping to get the word out about this. So one thing we want to do is create professional and executive education for business professionals primarily, but in some cases for lawyers too. Starting with our master's degree concentrations. So for example, many of the banks and credit unions are really interested in our training. They love what we're doing, but it's not always the case that the person who's working in the bank qualifies for the master's degree. They might not yet have a bachelor's degree. They might not want to take the GRE. They might not want to invest in a whole master's degree. How do we help train short of a master's degree? So we're going to start with some of those JM areas to create professional executive education, but we also want to expand out to areas that we think are important here in Florida, like real estate, financial services, et cetera. So we've been working with a number of our faculty who teach in the program with us and a number of our alums to kind of plan out a professional executive education program, which will be mostly online, but we will provide some in-person opportunities because Provost Clark is right. We find in our online master's program that having a spring break week where students could come and take a course in person is tremendously valuable to many of our students. So in May, we're going to have an in-person real estate law conference in South Florida focused on transit-oriented development, and Trustee De La Cuevas Diaz has very generously agreed to serve on our planning committee for that, so thank you. And in August, the first courses that can lead to certification for professional executive education will focus on the law and business of private equity, cybersecurity and privacy law, and labor and employment law. But we also want to create a virtual platform where we can really develop some ecosystems where folks in law and business can communicate together, where we can advertise what we're doing, but they can communicate together, where we can have our students help us with podcasts, where we can host compliance competitions, where we can have job boards, which hopefully will help our students and our alums and those, at other colleges across the university. And our ecosystems that we're most interested in are creating one for cybersecurity and privacy, one for technology and data analytics, one for financial services, and then real estate, healthcare, hospitality, and labor and employment. So really excited for this. I would love to be able to say, and I thought it was going to be the case, that we would be the first law school to enter this space of professional executive education, but Georgetown and the University of Pennsylvania have already put up websites saying they have programs coming soon. So I think this is kind of a trend forward for law schools in general, is to try to figure out better ways to integrate with the business community and help the business community with legal and compliance needs. I'll stop there. Anyone have questions?
Great. Any questions for Dean O'Connor? I thank you for doing that, and I remember when you were first launching this, we talked about it, and I think I talked to you about it at lunch one day. So it's amazing to see now. I mean, it's come to fruition. You've got more students in it than were actually in the law school. So kudos to you for finding another way. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Is that it, Trustee? I'm done. Okay. Trustee Mateer, University Advancement.
Yes. Can we have a little slide? No?
I think we have a presentation for him.
I think we have a little slide. No?
No? Yeah.
There it is. It's a little one.
No?
No?
They're scurrying.
Just one page.
I'm not sure if this.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they're going to get
That's
it.
all right. Yeah, mine's pretty brief and
Go ahead.
and simple as usual. And so we are selecting some firms for kind of a comprehensive fundraising review. And we have the 3 firms and been working with the president and Andy to get to the right spot. I think we're all focused on kind of what Drew mentioned, the communication, the ability to put things together, and quite frankly, put the president's stamp on the future of what we're going to do in our fundraising. With that said, I think the president mentioned earlier that we're bringing in a new vice president of advancement, which will be part of this whole process in getting us to where we want to be. I think for this year, we've started off pretty well. We're at about $55 million. We have a lot of exciting things in the pipeline. And so the work that's being done right now by all of you and some of the things that you've mentioned are bringing things forward. I think Andy can answer any questions about some of that fundraising that's going on right now, but we're just kind of resetting the whole process, and it's very exciting to do. So,
Vice President Janji.
3 very quick data points for you. Our fundraising is tracking about $3 million above last year, which was $2.5 million above the year before, $2.5 million the year before, and $3 million before that. So the trend line is straight up on the fundraising on the academic side. We have, since December, submitted 25 gift agreements with over $19 million that are in the process of being reviewed, either by the donors' lawyers or the donors. These have been agreed to in concept, so this is going to add to the number, which is great. And then we've talked a lot about student success initiatives and how important that is. Our bridge campaign was the student success initiatives, and we've raised over $215 million since the campaign ended on student success initiatives. But it's just some facts that you might want to know as we start moving forward, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions for Vice President Janji or Trustee Mateer? Again, relatively new committee to the board anyway, and you guys are sort of figuring out how to attack different things, and I appreciate that. I did see Julie here from the Alumni Association and wanted to say hello and thank you for all you're doing. And he hasn't found a replacement yet, so we haven't found a replacement yet. So thank you for being here, Booster CEO Alford. and athletic director. But look, I say it every meeting. We got to raise more money. We got to have bigger goals, and your committee's important to us to get there. So I appreciate everything you guys are doing. Thank you. All right, Mr. Ingram, our legislative update. Oh, there he is, fresh out of the Capitol, no doubt. What did the speaker say?
Heard it called a lot of things, but never the Capitol.
He said yes. We're always about getting to yes. Good. The why. You got to get to the why, right?
You have to start with the why.
Yeah.
Whatever you want, Mr. Chairman, is what he said.
I don't think so. He knows what I want. I'm not getting it.
Good to see everybody. Chairman, I appreciate the introduction. I'm glad that timing worked out well. It's good to see all of you this afternoon. As President McCullough stated earlier, we're right at the halfway mark of the legislative session. At this point, we've seen some big picture higher education proposals. We're working with the policymakers at the Capitol to share how those proposals would affect the system and also FSU, of course, specifically. And then, as you know, or have heard, unless you've been under a rock, that the budget proposals came out from the House and Senate. They were released last week. Those proposals will be heard in full Appropriations Committee this week in both the House and Senate, and then we'll go to the full chambers to be presented. And we're grateful, incredibly grateful for the support we've received in those proposals, and we'll continue to work for the best outcome for FSU. The rest of this session, clearly heading into the budget conference, as we get to that where the rubber meets the road period at budget conference, we'll have done all the work we can do as educated members as much as we possibly can, and make sure that FSU at the end of the day comes out with the best possible outcome. Moving on, and I know we're going to spend a lot of time, you're going to be at the Capitol tomorrow, but on a very exciting note, tonight is FSU evening on the 22nd floor of the Capitol, and that's where our student government opens the FSU Day festivities. There's a reception. It'll include recognizing some of the champions that we have at the Capitol that really work hard every day to make sure FSU is top of mind to legislators and folks in all branches of government. And then tomorrow is FSU Day at the Capitol. It marks the return of the first in-person event since we were not able to do in-person events and had to do everything virtually. I'm glad we were able to mark the day, but it's just exciting to be back in person once again at the Capitol. And so my ask of you is to make sure I know you're going to be in meetings and calling on members and educating them about the priorities of the university, but take time if you can. 11:45 is when the true events start in the courtyard of the Capitol. That's when the marching chiefs will start to play, but my ask of you is to visit, it'll be on the ground level, on the plaza level, first and second floor and third floor rotundas. We'll have over 53 colleges, departments, organizations highlighted. They'll have presentation tables, and there will be students and faculty and staff there. And just take the time to get to know them. They're putting their very best foot forward to highlight FSU and give FSU the recognition it deserves at the Capitol. So take time to go and appreciate them and get to know them. I know they will appreciate getting to see you and knowing that the Board of Trustees is supportive. I know that they know that already, but seeing you will mean a lot. So then coming back for the main presentation, or the sort of the meat of the day, will start just before noon in the courtyard, and the marching chiefs will be there to start to play that thing. That's what brings everyone out of the Capitals when the chiefs start to play. You almost can't not go outside. And so we'll recognize some of our alumni that are in the legislature. We'll hear from President McCullough. And then the part that I know he's the most excited about is recognizing our national championship soccer team in front of all of our supporters at the Capitol. And then moving on, I know I'm very excited about that, if you can't tell. It's going to be a great day. Can't wait. And one last thing I want to update you on is a little personnel stuff in our department. We're growing our governmental relations team. Lena Rojas comes to us from the Senate President's office. Just couldn't be more excited to have her on the team. Her presence is already paying dividends. I want to thank President McCullough for recognizing the need to grow the team, and then Kyle and Renisha digging in the weeds to helping make that happen. I'm just more grateful than I can tell you. And I'm also excited to let you know this is kind of bittersweet, bitter for university relations, very sweet for my department. But Lena Sands is going to come work for us in governmental relations and replace Tony Moore, and then take on some additional duties as Tony retires
I
after.
think that has to have board approval, doesn't it?
I was
That
worried. I
decision?
was worried you might
think
go
it
there.
does.
So
Yeah, I think that has to have full
Unanimous,
board of trustees
unanimous,
approval.
unanimous
And it has to be
board approval.
unanimous? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We'll get to that later.
So
Good luck,
if
Lena.
Pending board approval, we welcome you to the team.
Good luck
Lena.
on that vote.
Yeah. Very, very excited to have Lena. And again, just thank you to each of you. I know you take time away from your businesses and your families to be here and serve. And if I can do anything for you, please call, as always. And with that, Chairman, I'll wrap up my report and look forward to working with you over the next couple of days.
So, thank you, Clay. So Clay and I have spent a lot of time together in the last month, a lot of lunches, a lot of dinners, a lot of phone calls, but he put this schedule for us together tomorrow. As I communicated with all of you, I'm imposing upon you to go on some meetings with us. So breakfast is at 8 o'clock in the morning, is that right? We'll talk a little bit about it before dinner breaks up tonight. But breakfast, yeah, there'll be coffee, plenty of coffee. We're meeting with 3 representatives in the morning. The breakfast is at 8. It's at the Governor's Club. And then we have meetings with legislators starting at 10, going all the way to 11. And we're going to split up into 2 groups. We were going to do groups of 2 people, but we're going to split up into 2 groups of 3 or 4 and do those meetings. You will have somebody from our legislative team with you. We'll have some talking points that we'll give you tonight. But it's really just about them seeing representatives from Florida State and knowing that they're, that we know what they're doing and we're involved and we're engaged, and I think it goes a long way. So breakfast in the morning, then those meetings, and then we'll go to the festivities. The one thing I would say is we are going to get together a couple of times tomorrow, right, as a big group, and we're going to go to the speaker's office, and we're going to go to the president's office and say hello to people. Is that right?
That's the way it looks right now, and then, of course,
it could change.
All bets are off, once
Yeah.
the day breaks, but that's our hope is to get time with them.
It could
Yes, sir.
change. But Clay and the team are doing a great job. We have a great external lobbying team as well, and Lena's fantastic. I've been in a few meetings already with Lena, and so she's fantastic and a great pickup. Maybe you can get somebody else, because Lena can't go now, so maybe you need to find somebody else. Any other questions for Clay? Yeah, Trustee Thiel?
Could be my naivete, but is it normal for them to allocate 0 to preeminence funding at the beginning of the process?
I know we have our finance folks here, but that's happened over the last few years, since before I was at the university, and so typical over the last few years.
But they have funded preeminence this year. Not a ton of money, but there is money in the budget for preeminence this year.
One of them had 0, that's why I was.
Well, that'll get worked out, but there'll be preeminence money. Right? You disagreeing with me?
No.
Keep your
One of the
fingers
proposals
crossed.
does include preeminence, and our hope is that would win out at conference.
Yeah. Any other questions for Clay? Okay. Thank you, Clay.
Thank you all. Good to
We'll
see
see
you.
you
Thank you.
tonight, too. So if y'all have any questions about what we're doing tomorrow, you can ask Clay at dinner tonight. Next, we're going to, I feel like, I love hearing from Trustee Chicken on this, but I miss Erin, so I hope she's okay. But Trustee Chicken, you're gonna give the faculty report?
Yes, Aaron can't be with us today, so I'll go ahead and give it. So the Senate met 3 times since this committee, or this board met back in November. So at the Senate's November meeting, the Senate approved a 3-year pilot program called Engage 100. This is for first-year students, and it's aimed at improving student success. That's a common theme here, and it's yet another program to hope to continue to improve graduation rates. In November, we also made our sustainability a permanent standing committee for the Senate. It had been an ad hoc committee, but it's so popular among faculty, there's been such a demand to do something about it, that it's now a permanent committee that'll meet regularly. In December, we changed the liberal studies requirement. In particular, we looked at the diversity requirement and made it more flexible for students to meet the 2-course diversity requirement on campus. And then in January, President McCullough gave his first State of the University address to a very large group of people, both in person and then much larger online. Well received. All the feedback was incredibly positive about what an upbeat report he had given. Everyone's quite excited. At the same meeting, the Senate then approved current GRE admissions waivers. We've been waiving for masters and specialists programs, the GRE, and we're going to continue that. So we're going to do it for a couple more years. And this in part is helping us get more students into the grad program. And we found that it hasn't had any effect on the quality. So we're all for it. And that would be about it, a nice short report.
Okay.
Could I ask?
Yeah,
Trustee
please.
Chicken, the sustainability, is that what I consider like ESG, like that kind of sustainability or something else?
So we're talking about environmental.
Right.
Right, yeah.
Is it
So for example,
focus on climate or others, or?
climate, renewable energy, conservation, water, building safety, all these things come into, think of it as health in our community environment with energy.
Will it include a risk assessment?
I think that right now what it's including is a lot of faculty who are interested in doing research to promote the ideas that FSU can incorporate. For example, the solar farm. You know, that's something they would have pushed for and have talked with President McCullough about, and they're excited for that to happen. But it'll just continue to grow with any ideas that they come up with. The people on the committee are specialists in the sustainability community.
So my question that I think is important for us as an institution is that we assess risk around all those, other than just to offer suggestions. When we want suggestions, but we should really identify risks, you know, to the university. So and you got all that intellectual horsepower. I think it would be great if some group of them would take a risk assessment on.
Noted. Maybe you and I would, or maybe you should talk to the Sustainability Committee, or I can have the committee chairs get in touch with you for specifics.
Well, I mean, we talked about this, and Trustee Stasser about this, but
yeah,
this is a real one.
Yeah.
And 30% is great solar, but it's not going to cut it in the end of the day, right? So we just need to inventory that so we can control it and manage it, test it.
Any other questions for Trustee Chicken? Thank you. Colby, where's Colby? Our Student Body Vice President? Is this your last presentation to us? No, not yet.
I think you have me one more time.
One more time? Great.
I was gonna
Great.
talk about that because it's been a while since I've talked to you guys.
Yeah.
It's good to see all your faces, but you don't have me for long, so we'll go into it. So
Maybe you could go to work for Clay because Lena can't. So maybe you can, when you graduate, you can go to work for Clay.
you gotta watch it. You keep coming after Lena like this. That'll be good, but. All right, so good afternoon, everybody. It's just a quick update. I'm gonna show you guys what we've been working on. The semester has been very busy, so I'm really excited to go over kind of the current things that are going on and I guess Tazzy and I and Khalil's last initiatives. So I guess the most current thing, I'm not gonna harp on it too much because I would be lying if I said I was the most excited person in the room. I think it was Clay that was the most excited for these events. But today is the reception. All of our team will be there. We're really excited through FSU Day at the Capitol, getting to be here after 2 years of not, and then our students actually getting a chance to see like this side of the perspective of you go to a school that is right down the road from the state's capital. It's very exciting, and we're gonna make sure students actually get to enjoy the presence of this event. So just some internal updates. I am very fortunate to have served on the Chief of Police Committee search. I was one of the only students on there, and we spent a long time going through town halls of like what we were looking for in the community, getting to navigate the climate of students and how they feel like they need to see more protection, what we want to see in the next one. So we were able to forward 3 candidates, and we were really fortunate to see all the different aspects that they could include in this, and however the university decides to conclude this, we look forward to it. So another thing that I just wanted to harp on was when I came to FSU's campus, I had the pleasure of meeting with Angela Chong. And we talked about kind of the things on campus that are problems that we can't really just fix just with a simple solution. And a big thing that CHA is doing right now is relationships declassified, and they're harping on the importance of healthy relationships on campus. So throughout this next semester, we're really going to talk about the best way to do sexual violence prevention, different ways to make sure that the culture shift on campus is met, because we can't just have one initiative or one project and then just change things. So we're doing the data and rape culture next week, and then sometime between March and April, the last few things we'll be doing is kind of some more events that are targeted for sexual violence prevention. So with our agencies, it is Black History Month, so BSU has put on a lot of really remarkable events that they've had a lot of turnout for, and we're going to continue to promote all of their events. SGA is going to. The next few ones are the rest of this week, and then going on to the next one. AASU, the Asian American Student Union, had their lunar banquet. Sadly, I cannot be in attendance for that, but the pictures are incredible, and they're going to continue doing that for the next year, so they were really happy to be able to get this after COVID and everything. The Jewish Student Union was able to have their first banquet recognized as an agency, so this was huge for them. They did it in the Alumni Banquet Center, and they had wonderful speakers, and it was a really great turnout. I am fortunate enough to help plan the Veterans Ball. So that is in conjunction with the Veterans Student Union as well as the Collegiate Veterans Association, and that will be happening at the end of March. So this one's really fun to talk about because I think Tazzy and I get a little PTSD when we see all the news on politics and students suing each other, because it's not our problem anymore this time. So that's really nice. But February 23rd will be the next spring election, and you guys will have a new administration to deal with. They're going to be navigating that climate. Tensions will be high, so I put that week in my calendar as to be as happy as possible, because the people on campus are going to kind of be coming for each other's throats. But after that, we will say bye to you all in March after inauguration. So this is what I was most excited to talk to you all about, because every presentation I've ever given, there was a problem, and this idea came from that problem. So I've been trying to cultivate this solution to kind of spread the love, tradition, and spirit on campus. And it's coming together so perfectly now. So February 28th through March 4th is going to be Golden Week. We're actually kicking off technically that week with your inauguration, President McAuliffe. So that's going to be the showstopper, obviously. I got an invitation, so thank you for that. So we're going to start that week with that, and then, as I explained in the last meeting, we're mimicking kind of the township challenge, where the most remarkable and beautiful landmarks on campus, if students go to that Monday through Friday, they will be entered into a raffle to win dinner at Doak Campbell Stadium, as long as they will also get a t-shirt. It's probably the best t-shirt I think this campus has ever seen, and you all will be wowed in this next slide. We are also partnering with Division of Student Affairs, all of the DSOs, athletics, SAC, marching chiefs. It's just kind of every single sector and encompass on campus is coming together. And I did purposely do this. It's the week after the election. So everybody, coming for each other's throats, the next week they're forced to love each other. So that's the main point of that. On Wednesday, we're going to do waffles with Dr. Hecht. Tuesday, right before that, it will be a pep rally that's trying to hype up the Notre Dame game, the Notre Dame basketball game the next day. And that will be celebrating all of our coaches, our athletes, big superstars on campus. And then Thursday, during that week, we will be delivering like candygrams, and they're called like a Noel Loves You. So we will be delivering those to students on campus, as well as having Coach Ham, Coach Norvell, and all these other athletes and notable marching chiefs and cheerleaders coming into classrooms and saying, this is why I chose FSU, this is why I'm here, this is why I love it. So it may not be like a party every single day, but it's a small way that we can show students that they're coming here for more than a degree. So that's the main premise of that. And as I put on this slide, I truly believe after everything that's happened in this 2 years, pandemic, we all saw racial injustice issues and all the transitioning, that we do need to do our job and bring back that spirit, especially in March when students are doing tests and everything. It's one thing that we can't do. And before I go to the next slide, Chairman Collins, I'm gonna pick on you real quick in the sync of consistency throughout every time we do the presentations together. You did tell me.
Wow, be careful now, come on.
all in love. You told me, you told me in one meeting that we had that when there was a big problem around campus that I tried to solve, that you wanted to see some nostalgia.
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing. This is the t-shirt that we've made that just commemorates all of the beautiful landmarks on campus. We're making this temporary tattoo that just says I Heart FSU on it.
I think President McCullough should get that. He should be first in line to get that.
We'll make sure to specifically get you one.
And the provost, yeah, both of them.
We can specifically give you
Yeah.
both one. So honestly, those remarks really impacted how I wanted to make sure that this exact event would dedicate time to making sure that students did feel that nostalgia, did feel like they're going to this university for a purpose. And all I have to do is say thank you to you, because that was really motivating in this.
Well, if you're going to pick on me like that, you can do it any time you want. That's great. I love that. I think it's fantastic. I mean, you know, the students today obviously think differently. They care about different things as a group than we did. But every generation of Seminoles, you know, it builds on the next one.
And that's honestly even a driving force in this, because when there are problems or racial injustices or even the pandemic, like, everyone is going to think differently. And there's so much diversity on this campus that not one thing can solve all of the problems, but the one thing that does tie them all together is that they are students at this university. So showing them that they love that, showing them that this is just the best part of being here. It's about the memories. It's about the people, for me, that you meet. That's actually what you're going to remember, not a problem that lasted 2 weeks. So that's what I got.
Great. So we will see you again.
I think you will.
Tazzy, we're going to see you both again? Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you, Colby.
Of course.
See you at the Capitol. All right, Trustee Gonzalez, Research Committee.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. We'll be brief. We had the committee meeting on January 12th. We continue to really get a sense for the entire research ecosystem in the university. The committee members do. So at every committee meeting, we've had different components of that ecosystem come and make a presentation to the committee. We've gotten to meet a lot of great people. On the committee meeting on the 12th, we had the Office of Commercialization come in and give a presentation, which I know all the committee members and the president, Mr. Chairman, believe there's a lot of potential for FSU, particularly as it relates to corporate partnerships and the research that involves the life sciences in the coming years. So that was a very interesting presentation. We think there's a lot of potential in that. We also had a brief discussion, and I think all the committee members agreed to move forward with creating an external advisory board, similar to, but not identical to, the Real Estate Advisory Board. And the concept is really very, very similar. We want to tap into their minds, their Rolodexes, and their wallets in a way that doesn't interfere with academic research in any way. We're also working on a mission statement, pretty basic mission statement that we'll probably bring back for memorialization at some point in the future. And with that, I think we have Dr. Fulkerson here to provide a brief update on research.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Thanks to the board. In fact, we have a mission statement to bring today.
Great.
That was quick.
Yeah, you ask. I'm going to give you just a couple of slides, maybe. Maybe I'm not. All right. These are the typical point and time slides I provide every meeting in slightly different format to keep it fresh. Proposals submitted this year to date compared to last year, you will see that the number of federal proposals, that's the orange one, are down. Probably that's due to the fact that they were up so much in previous years. In a couple of slides, I'll show you what I mean by that. Our major funders operate on 3- and 5-year cycles. So typically when a PI gets a bunch of money, they don't submit grants for the next 2 to 3 to 4 years. State proposals are up, which is great news. It's something that my office has been trying to encourage, so we are pleased to see that. Also, some good news here. Federal awards are up nearly $40 million in comparison point in time with last year. That's thanks in particular to a number of large awards the President has talked about and I have talked about in meetings over the last few months. State awards and other awards are also up by about $5 million. This is those proposals in terms of numbers and not dollars. Again, the numbers of proposals are down in a couple of areas, but the awards received are up at all levels. And this is what I meant. You'll see the numbers sort of go up and down. This is the sort of proposals, the external expenditures. We tend to get money in 3 and 5 year cycles. And the last thing that I want to do is to present to you the mission statement that was approved by the Research Subcommittee at its meeting on November 16th, 2022. We are working on an external advisory board guidelines and a strategic plan. I'm happy to read that if you would like, but we can also just move on.
I'm just finishing the last sentence. Yeah. I'm going to leave that one up to Chair Gonzalez to get back with you on that one and the committee.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
President McCullough, you mentioned expenditures versus funding, so how would that translate, the funding into expenditures?
Yeah, this is, I don't know why historically. Historically, we have counted the numbers of dollars that we got in. So that's these numbers right here. So external expenditures as opposed to whole research expenditures. The president is absolutely right that most places count that other number. I'm not sure why the other number is the number we focused on, but we have typically, I can start providing you the full research expenditures.
The problem with counting it by dollars that are coming in is if you get a $12 million grant and it's over 3 years, what do? Divide by 3? It's not really that's one way to do it. But sometimes grants come in different ways. You get $500,000 up front, and there's $100,000 the next year. And so how do you count that? It's just it's complicated. There's too many variables that you can put into it. That's the reason people just count how much money got spent.
Well, yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying, because that's where the impact is, not in the receipt of it, but the spending of it. So, but how are we going to translate those received numbers into spent numbers, or is that just a whole different data set?
We're going to start coming back to you, and we'll give you our herd. We're going to take the NSF herd surveys report, and we're going to give you the numbers over time from that. So we're going to translate all of that, and then we're going to break it out by corporations, foundations, and state funding and stuff like that. And we're still trying to figure out. I don't know if it's true. Kyle's still here. We've been working on trying to figure out, like, if you look at the UF numbers, for example. And you look at our numbers, there's really weird idiosyncrasies. Like they have a really large state number, and we have a really small state number, but our internal number is pretty high, and theirs is pretty high too. So we're just trying to figure out whether we're putting state money in the internal, and there's just some things that that I want to make sure we're counting in the right way. And Kyle and Laurel have been working on this, and we met with a team the other day to discuss, and so we're really getting into the weeds on this one and trying to figure out more. So I guess Kyle's coming up to explain what I said.
So, yeah, we're in trouble when I get up here. So, and we have to work on this every single year, and that's what I was trying to explain, and I didn't do as good a job as I should have, clearly, when I presented the information on our financials with the U.S. News and World Report. So there are literally hundreds of people that work on our budget and work on our financials every single year, and they sometimes don't understand the unintended consequences when they pay for things out of certain buckets of money. They're looking at, where do I have the money, and is this allowable or not allowable? They're not drilling down to say, is this account coded the right way? Is it coded to the research area, or is it coded to the instruction area? They're just looking at where they have money. So Dr. Fulkerson and I have been having conversations around trying to be more proactive and working with departments to change our financial system so that we are appropriately capturing this information. Because I think that the reality is there's probably there's a significant millions of dollars worth of internal research funds that we are not capturing that are happening across the university. The president has made this point over and over and over again, and in our preliminary research, he's right.
Yeah, my experience, we went from zero, at a different university, went from zero in the first year to $125 million to $250 million worth of internal investment, and now it's like $375 million. And so what happens is, like Kyle said, all other universities, they count every dollar that goes to research. And it's a pain to try to figure all of that out. But once we figure it out, we'll come up with a metric, and we'll have the categories really, really well defined. But then now we're going to have to go to the BOG, or the Board of Governors, and we have to explain it to the Board of Governors, but I'm an expert in this area. I guarantee you I'm an expert in this area. And explain to the BOG staff and the BOG on how we do it. And then we'll let all of the Florida universities do it this way, because it's the right way to do it. But right now, it's, we can't really sort of implement it because, people are going, what are you doing?
They think we're making stuff
you're
up.
cheating or something.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's what every university does already, and we're just trying to figure that out. And it's an accounting finance issue too. So it's a heavy lift. It is a heavy lift. But as Kyle is trying and Laurel are trying to do, we're trying to bake it into our system. So once you get it done, then people are just pushing buttons. Then you can just run reports. Right now we do it by hand.
And we've been very focused on this with the U.S. News and World Report. That's why we've had so much success. But their definitions are different than the HERD survey definition. So the president has come in and identified, we really have to look at both of, well, there's more than just these two surveys, but we really have to look at each survey in its entirety and come up with our own calculations for each one of them so that we're responding to the definitions that they provide us, because every different survey has different sets of definition, and you can have different calculations for each one of them.
Yeah.
Sorry I asked.
Yeah.
Trustee Weatherford.
No, I'm glad you did. I'm curious, are we reporting one way to the BOG and one way to the U.S.
Yes.
News and World Report?
Yes, sir.
And
Absolutely.
in order for us to report this way to the BOG has to change the way that they're willing to receive this information? Is that what I'm understanding?
They want to, people are very sensitive in the state because of the competitive nature of other universities in the state, and everybody wants to win. And so I think the BOG is sensitive to make sure that whatever we do will align with the rest of the system. And so when we started doing this, there was some concern by the BOG that maybe, we were going to get ahead of everybody else. And so we just took a pause and we said, hey, we'll work this out over the next year. And then I will go in the same way that I went to AAU universities when I did this. And they said, hey, what are you doing? And I said, well, let me show you what I'm doing. I'm counting every dollar that goes to research for research. And I said, can you give me some methodologies? And I said, yeah, I'll give you the methodologies. And they looked at it, and every one of them said, yeah, this is a good methodology. We're going to use your methodology. So it's just counting every dollar. In a business, you're going to count every dollar that's revenue that's coming in. And so, you don't want to cheat yourself and you report to your board and say, well, we didn't count this as revenue.
Yeah, it's ensuring that everyone's playing the same game.
Yeah, exactly.
We all want to win, but it sounds like to a certain degree,
and it's
people might be playing a different game.
And we want to do it for the state as a system.
Sure.
And for us, it's obviously very, very, very important because we have a lot of, as the provost and I talked about, sorry you asked. This is really down. But, we have a lot of research centers here that get a lot of funding, but a lot of them are in the social sciences and stuff. And sometimes that money, people don't treat that as research. And our learning, LSI, I mean, those people bring in 10% of the entire research budget of the university. And I just discovered them like last week. And so they're amazing. That we just want to go in, like I was talking to the guy and trying to figure out what's going on. It's very clear that they want to count things in certain ways and people play games in the university that they don't count as research and they don't get the overhead applied to them, so they find ways to count it in other ways so they don't have to pay the overhead. And so these things have been going on for a long time. So we're not trying to do anything to hurt anybody. In fact, we'll replace the money that they're losing from overhead if we have to. But we want to count whatever goes to research for research.
We need to be intellectually honest.
Right.
And it's also looking at all the fund sources too. So that's something that I think we have done a really good job at, is collapsing a lot of our financials into the university system, but making sure we have all of the financials from the foundation, the research foundation, the boosters, all of those DSOs, so that they are a plus up into all of our reporting.
Any other questions for Vice President Fulkerson? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciate it. All right, Vice Chairman Sasser, who's chairman of the Governance Committee. You're up.
All right, thank you, Chairman. The Governance Committee met Monday, January 24th, and I want to thank Carolyn Egan and Angela for making that happen. We had a robust meeting. We proposed some revisions and reorganization of some of the institutional policies that were on the consent agenda this morning. The first two of those policies were enacted originally as presidential policies, so they weren't new. These revisions placed them under the board administration. The third policy is new, but it's a policy that we've been practicing for some time, and that is the self-evaluation. This edition of the policy adds structure and makes it a required function every 2 years. We then turned our sights to new business and had an open forum discussion amongst the committee members. We talked about the meetings and the structure of the meetings as we go forward. We talked about maintaining a focus on policy management, making sure that existing policies remain relevant. And also we talked about taking proactive actions. One of the things we suggested might be good for the policy management was to develop a governance template so that we could make sure that we are checking off policies on a regular basis to make sure they're still relevant. We talked a lot about how to look at how to be proactive and how should we look at emerging issues and emerging risks. Who is looking at them and how that should be managed. We talked about ESG, huge issue. We're not sure exactly where it's pervasive throughout the organization, throughout the institution. So we're probably going to be, I think that's what Trustee Thiel was referring to earlier. We're going to be asking for some help from internal sources in the university, as well as there was a suggestion that we should look at the private sector for some ideas on best practices. We finished the meeting with a discussion on accreditation. Not that there's an issue there, but that we felt that we needed a better understanding of accreditation, how it's done, the frequency it's done, who does it, the implications of it, and we've put that on the agenda for a future meeting to just understand that. With that, we adjourn the meeting, and at this time, I'd ask Carolyn, do you have any further comments?
I just want to say thanks to the chairman, the other chairman, and the rest of the committee for their attention to these housekeeping things, because they're not always exciting, but they are important, and it was a good discussion, and I appreciated everybody's attention. So thank you for that, and I have one legal matter to update on, if I may, Chairman and other chairman.
Please.
Okay, so one of the things that's been in the news nationally on the higher ed front are the tuition and fees class actions nationally that relate to the spring 2020 semester move to virtual. So Florida State, and I talked about this at the last meeting, received very late in the game, much later than our colleagues, a purported class action, and it hasn't been certified by the court yet as a class action, but it's going to attempt to be. That was initially filed in state court with 4 claims. One of those was a federal court claim, so we removed the case to the federal court, and we were successful in the federal court getting the federal claim dismissed, but that meant we got bounced back to the state court, which is where we are now. So by way of background, procedurally, that's where we are. The three remaining claims in the state court case are breach of contract, unjust enrichment — I don't think any of us feel enriched by the pandemic — and inverse condemnation, which is a cute effort at a claim there. So where we are now, where we're sitting now procedurally in the state court, is that we have filed almost the same motion as we filed with the federal court, which is to say that sovereign immunity bars these claims against the university, that the university can't be sued. But not only that, we also asked for a stay of discovery and that nothing else should go forward until the court decides if sovereign immunity bars this lawsuit, because sovereign immunity becomes meaningless if we have to expend all of these resources, time, hours, money, all of these things defending ourselves. In a case where we, as a matter of law, have sovereign immunity, it becomes meaningless because it loses its intent. So we've asked the court and the state court to do the same thing the federal court did, to say you don't get to look any further until you really establish to the court that you have a claim here that's justiciable. So that motion is pending. It hasn't been heard yet. I was happy that my colleagues at the University of Central Florida have been successful on a very similar motion. So it's great that we are lagging behind our colleagues a little bit on these cases because some orders are getting decided before us. Now, what is happening is that cases are coming out all over the place, all over the country, different ways. They're being allowed to go forward, not allowed to go forward. There's one in Dade County that hasn't been quite as clean as the University of Central Florida case, but last week or the week before, we filed the Central Florida opinion in front of our judge as persuasive authority to say, look, you know, these sovereign immunity claims carried the day with respect to the University of Central Florida case, and you should follow that judge. So eventually the appellate courts will sort these things out one way or another, but that's where we are, and I'm optimistic about hopefully getting a good order, and in the meantime, not going through a lot of time, money, and effort and depositions and things in the meantime if we can avoid it. So I'll continue to keep you updated.
Thank you for that. Anything else, Chairman?
None from me.
Okay, great. Although they've already been recognized, I want to again welcome Provost Clark and Athletic Director, Vice President Alford. We thank you both for your leadership and two great additions. Just some quick housekeeping. February 19th, the Alumni Association Seminole 100 is happening. If you want more information on that, you can go to the website or you can ask Julie right after her. But that is, it's really become a big deal over the last several years, but it's really a cool way for us to highlight successful graduates, and it's an incredible program. February 25th is President McCullough's inauguration. Is it investiture or is it inauguration? Yes. It's both? Okay, so people talk to me about the investiture, and that doesn't sound good to me. Inauguration sounds better, but anyway, February 25th, I hope all the trustees are going to make it. I know we just sent out some information about the program, and there will be a spot in the program for the trustees. Our Board of Trustees retreat at the Ringling is April 18th through the 20th. I hope everybody has that on your calendar. I'm looking forward to going down there and getting away and having some deeper conversations about some of these things. Our next Board of Trustees meeting after that is June 22nd. It'll be a virtual meeting via Zoom, one day. And then September 3rd through 5th, we'll have a kickoff weekend. And then we're talking... Staff sent out information about the FSU LSU football game for trustees that would like to attend. If you didn't respond, please do respond. September 22nd, we have, through the 24th, we have board dinner, board meeting. We're going to cut the ribbon on the student union that day, I think that Friday. And then we have Boston College we're hosting. And then November 17th through 19th, board dinner, board meeting, and we have a football game that weekend. Before we conclude our meeting, I wanted, in all seriousness, I'd like to take a moment to recognize someone who makes our lives as trustees a whole lot easier and better. Lena Sands has worked for FSU's Office of University Relations for 19 years. For the past 10, she's been in charge of the logistics surrounding our Board of Trustee meetings, which is brutal enough. But on top of that, she's had the responsibility for the president's box at the football games, which, if you've been there on a packed game, that's brutal too. And she does a lot of other things, including carrying around, Board of Trustees pins with her that I handed one to Trustee De Las Cuevas Diaz today. She just had it. It's in a box. I said, hey, would you happen to have one of these? She's like, sure, I've got a box or a bag of them here. Anyway, there's never any task too small for Lena that she isn't willing to step up and really do something. And I'm going to miss you. I'm just going to keep calling you. Nobody else can call you, but I'm going to just keep calling you. But anyway, she's handled this work with grace and a great attitude. I've never seen her as harried as she's been at times. I've never seen her without a smile on her face. Fortunately, she isn't going far. She's going to work in governmental affairs. I just want to thank you for all your hard work, and we have a little presentation.
Wow.
So I'm going to read this. It says, Lena Sands, thank you for your dedicated service to FSU's presidents and trustees, 2012 through 2022. Go Noles.
I need a van to take that.
Very good.
Yeah.
Who do we call now?
You got to go up here. I'll come here. Come here. You got to. Make you say a couple words. You have to listen to us all the time. We're on Zoom, Lena, so you have to speak into the microphone.
Not happy.
This has been a big part of my career, and I've always enjoyed it. Love every one of you. I'm very blessed to be able to do this job. Not going far, and I hope my path will still cross with many of you. So, thank you.
Thank you.
So if there's no further business, we're adjourned. About that. 5:30 at the Capitol, we have our reception, right?
Yes.
And then 7 o'clock dinner, which is right downtown. So you can walk over from the Capitol. You can actually valet your car where we're going and walk over to the Capitol if you want to. Well, Max had a meeting with somebody. But we appreciate it. Thanks. Thanks, Trustee Sasser.
So who?